example of one of them. In Kill Bill, when she's buried alive, and the grave that she's buried, the woman's name is Schwartz, and you look at the dates on there, it turns out it is the dead wife of the bounty hunter in Django Unchained, the Christoph Waltz character. It's his wife.
That's Schwartz?
Dates match up, yes.
So does that tie to A Christmas Story?
No, it doesn't tie to A Christmas Story. But his last name was Schwartz. He was.
I love stuff like that.
And apparently, there are moments like that through all of these. I'll see if I can find that article.
I love it.
Steve, you will geek out on it big time. It's so cool.
Like Big Kahuna Burger, I think it makes it into a couple
Schindler's
of
List.
Yeah.
But there's some of these characters are, this is the late grandfather of this particular character in Pulp Fiction.
I love that.
It was in this movie. It's pretty
Antonio Margaret.
It's pretty damn cool. I think there's ties to Inglourious Bastards as well. Anyway, it's Amanda Plummer's birthday.
Yeah.
Jason Kidd, the NBA star, is celebrating a milestone birthday. He is 50 years old today. Catherine Keener, another great actress.
Oh, she's awesome.
Turned 64.
She's wonderful in 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Yeah, she is great. Being John Malkovich, she's in that. She's also
our favorite,
Smoochie.
Smoochie,
Death to Smoochie. Just the best movie, man.
It's so wrong.
Oh God, it's so bad. She is 64. Michelle Monaghan.
Yes.
Gone Baby Gone, Maid of Honor. She's in Pixels, a guilty pleasure of mine. Mission Impossible 3. She is 47 years old today. And then the last birthday I saw, actor Randall Park, definitely a scene stealer in the second Ant-Man movie. He plays Agent Jimmy Woo. And in WandaVision,
love him.
that too.
Love that character. He's also Off the Boat.
And that is right. And I think he makes it into Quantumania as well. So he celebrates his 49th birthday.
Yeah, I want to see him continue around in the MCU.
Yeah. All right, let's see if someone does indeed have the answer to this question. What educational institution was Edgar Allan Poe thrown out of? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Pat, see if we can get the answer. Good morning to you, Pat. Oh, are those the cars zipping by?
I love that.
Excellent. All right, Pat, where was Edgar Allan Poe kicked out of?
The U.S. Military Academy at West Point.
West Point, yeah. You're correct. Hang on, Pat. All right. Pair of tickets, and that's why he did it, to join Jackie and Brent Porsche in a suite at the Worth 400 on Sunday, April 30th at Dover Motor Speedway. NASCAR roars back to the Monster Mile at Dover Motor Speedway, April 28th to the 30th. Be there live in person at the edge of your seat for all the excitement. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com. And you can, at Dover, get right down next to the track.
Right there. You're going to want to have some sort of ear protection.
Oh, my God.
But it is amazing.
Well, they have the, do they have seats that go on it's a thing that goes over the track?
Little bridge.
Yeah.
It's wild. All right, so I got a lot of stories for you. Let's start with Gisele Bundchen. She said that her divorce from Tom Brady was, quote, the death of my dream.
Oh, my God.
They were married for 13 years before finalizing their divorce in October.
You're killing me! I noticed you lose your accent.
Speaking to Vanity Fair magazine about the end of their relationship, she said, it's tough because you imagined your life was going to be a certain way and you did everything you could, you know?
I sit here and I see someone who's just had heartbreak after heartbreak, born gorgeous and fabulously wealthy.
She described the speculation that her marriage ended due to Brady's U-turn and returning to the NFL as very hurtful and the craziest thing I've ever heard. She said, what's been said is one piece of a much bigger puzzle. It's not so black and white.
Says she drew a lot of inspiration from the film Rat Boy.
Speaking about Brady's illustrious and highly successful career, Bundchen said, listen, I've always cheered for him, and I would continue forever. If there's one person I want to be the happiest in the world, it's him. Believe me, I want him to achieve and to conquer. I want all his dreams to come true. That's what I want, really, from the bottom of my heart.
Do you think there was any point at which their finances were intermeshed? In other words, they were both very wealthy.
I don't know. I mean,
so I never, and after the split, I never read about any sort of contentious thing about
maybe just properties,
assets, maybe properties. Yeah.
They have two children,
and the trampoline.
Benjamin Moraine, who is 13, and Vivian Lake, who is 10. Bundchen was also a stepmother to Brady's 15-year-old son, Jack, from his previous relationship with Bridget Moynihan. Bundchen said, sometimes you grow together, sometimes you grow apart. When I was 26 years old and he was 29 years old, we met, we wanted a family, we wanted things together, and as time goes by, we realized that we just wanted different things, and now we have a choice to make.
I hate your accent.
She said, that doesn't
the way you say cereal.
Cereal. She
It's
said,
raccoon, not hakun. Okay.
that doesn't mean you don't love the person, is what she had to say. So,
No, she's in a better place now. She's dating supposedly her Brazilian jiu-jitsu bodyguard boyfriend. Yeah.
okay.
It'd be funny if she ended up dating like Gronk or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, wow. You son of a bitch.
Aaron Sorkin, who is 61 years old, has revealed that he suffered a stroke and is opening up about how the incident changed his outlook. The Oscar-winning writer of The Social Network and the creator of The West Wing told the New York Times in a story published on Wednesday that he had a stroke in November. He said it happened 2 months ahead of rehearsals for Camelot, the book for which Sorkin has written for its April 13th return to Broadway. He said, mostly it was a loud wake-up call. I thought I was one of those people who could eat whatever he wanted, smoke as much as he wanted, and it's not going to affect me. Boy, was I wrong.
So does he explain, I read a bit about this, Preston. Does he explain the symptoms he experienced when he had the stroke?
Yeah, he does. He woke up in the middle of the night, found himself running into walls while he was walking, but he put off concern until the next day when he couldn't stop spilling his orange juice. The screenwriter's doctor told him that his blood pressure was so elevated that he should have been dead. And the stroke left its mark. He had trouble speaking, slurring his words for a month following the medical incident, and struggling to type as well for a period. And now a remaining symptom is his lack of ability to taste food, he says.
So obviously, time is of the essence with a stroke. The sooner you can be treated, the more likely you're not going to suffer prolonged damage. Yep. So he slept on his, which obviously was not good.
Yeah. So fortunately, I think it might not have been a very severe one.
Yeah.
While Sorkin once thought he was invincible, he's changed his habits. The former heavy smoker quit smoking, started following a healthier diet, and has picked up working out twice daily.
Says he eats exclusively, Preston, pork chop sandwiches.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy
That's
talk.
a problem.
And he's also on medication.
Pork chop sandwiches.
And a lot of pork chop sandwiches. No, he said he's on medication, a lot of it. He said, you can hear the pills rattling around in me. And by going public with the story, he hopes that others might be prompted to stop smoking, which is a major cause for cardiovascular disease, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention.
We had him in the studio. It was a great interview. He, obviously, he's known as a wordsmith, and his scripts are amazing. But I sometimes there are people coming into the studio and they'll have to go outside for a smoke or whatever. He didn't have that air of like a smoker when he was in here.
I didn't pick up on it, yeah. He said, there was a minute when I was concerned that I was never going to be able to write again.
Man.
But he's doing better now, which is good.
It was actually... I was hanging out with some high school kids this week, and I was talking to this one kid.
How old are you?
No. It was there's this event going on at my kid's school. Anyway. But I was talking to the one kid who's a junior, and I go, does anybody smoke anymore? He's like, no. He's like, they all vape now. So nobody's smoking. I don't know if this is a healthier alternative. I have no idea.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
Well, the jury's still out on it. As smoking versus vaping. It's certainly not good for you to do it.
Right.
But is it better than smoking cigarettes? Probably.
I don't know. Information keeps coming out. When we were walking in Universal, Preston, our guy Josh was taking us along, and we got behind 2 or 3 people who were vaping, and he immediately cut a hard left. He goes, I can't take that. I can't take that.
Rick and Morty creator Justin Roiland has been cleared of domestic violence charges. The district attorney's office said we dismissed the charges today as a result of having insufficient evidence to prove the case has been dismissed. He added, I'm still deeply shaken by the horrible lies that were reported about me during this process.
Does this mean he'll be reintegrated back into the Rick and Morty
I think
crew
it's a
then?
little too early to say, but I certainly hope so.
It would be fair.
And I can understand that, Cartoon Network and that while this is going on, that they go, look, we can't, we're gonna have to distance ourselves for now. But I hope they bring him back in for this. He appeared in court in January for a pretrial hearing after he was charged with one felony count of domestic battery with corporal injury and one felony count of false imprisonment. He pleaded not guilty to the charges in 2020. A second pretrial hearing was scheduled for April 27th. He said, I've always known these claims were false, and I never had any doubt that this day would come. I'm thankful that this case has been dismissed, but at the same time, I'm still deeply shaken by the horrible lies that were reported about me during this process. Most of all, I'm disappointed that so many people were so quick to judge without knowing the facts, based solely on the word of an embittered ex trying to bypass due process and have me canceled.
I think what you'd like to see sometimes is maybe like in the case of the producers of Rick and Morty or whoever his bosses were to say, everyone's innocent until proven guilty, but we're going to put him on hiatus,
right?
And take that footing, like, trust the process, as we've heard, and see how it ends up.
You just hope that when the dust settles and that if somebody is proven innocent, that they can go back to their.
It doesn't happen.
And it doesn't.
It doesn't happen a lot.
Not.
No, and that's why it's such an effective tool. If you want to take someone out, float it out there. Mm-hmm. The damage will be done. It's like they always say the retraction and the articles on page 1 and then the retractions on page 30.
Roiland added that it may have succeeded even partially is shameful. However, now that the legal case has ended, I'm determined to move forward and focus both on my creative projects and restoring my good name. Adult Swim severed ties with Roiland at the end of January because of the domestic violence charges. The network said in a brief statement at the time, Adult Swim has ended its association with Justin Roiland.
You and I had some charges levied against us, and that's where we were thrown off the cast of Glee.
Yeah.
And we've never heard any apologies once we were found innocent.
Never got to showcase our harmonizing talent.
And I still get emails from Gleeks who are missing us.
Roiland then registered from Squanch Games, the video game developer banner that he co-founded in 2016. Adult Swim and Hulu declined to comment on this latest development, but I would hope they would soon, and we'll see if that happens. Rick Ross, the rapper, the artist, thanked his neighbors for helping return his buffaloes after they wandered off his property in Fayetteville, Georgia.
The dude's got buffaloes.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were first seen strolling around on March 13th. The spokesperson for the sheriff's office confirmed the buffaloes belonged to Ross and were safely returned to his property. The rapper uses social media to document life on his ranch, which is nicknamed the Promised Land, where he keeps horses, cows, and buffaloes. So he posted several Instagram stories on his verified account addressing the situation. He said, I always return stray animals. He said, make sure you always put a collar on your animals, and mine don't have a collar because you know it's mine.
What?
I have no idea what
does that
means.
mean?
He said, so when you see my buffalo, give it a carrot, give it an apple. They're so kind. They're so peaceful. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody, for making sure all my animals got back to the promised
Buffalo
land.
can kill you.
The sheriff's office urged residents to use caution if they encounter the buffaloes.
Yeah, don't give them a carrot. Don't give them a sugar cube.
Although they are mostly docile, they can be unpredictable and possibly become aggressive. So, yeah, I would keep my distance. I wouldn't bring, produce over to the animal.
No, let
Not
them
a good
be.
idea.
If you ever, listen, one of the bad parts of having a buffalo is when you walk it, the kind of bag you need to bring for the poop.
Yes. Oh, my God, yes. On Tuesday, Ross posted additional videos to his Instagram story of himself feeding carrots and apples to horses and buffaloes. He said, it's so beautiful here on the Promised Land. Referring to himself as Rodeo Rick. He explained that he...
You gotta like him at some level.
I do.
It's terrific.
Yeah.
He purchased a sprawling property spanning over 280 acres and an additional 89 acres nearby. He said, so my buffaloes, they just really wanted to see the other side. He said, it's just like some of my young hustlers, my young brothers. You got to get loose sometimes and see the other side.
In this one Instagram story, he's wearing a Phillies jersey.
I noticed that. That's really cool.
Couldn't find one for the buffalo.
Nope. Fans have rallied around Dick Van Dyke, fearing for his safety after he crashed his car into a gate in Malibu, California, because his Lexus skidded in the rain. They've taken to social media calling for him to stop driving after it emerged that he crashed his car. The 97-year-old lost control of his Lexus while driving in Malibu before slamming into a gate, leaving the actor with a bloody nose and possible concussion.
Just had a birthday.
One Twitter user posted, I love Dick Van Dyke, have since I first saw him in Mary Poppins as a child, but he should not be driving in 97, and I hope he's okay.
Well, he just had an accident a couple, last year as well, right?
Yeah, he was involved in another car crash, which saw him rescued from his burning Jaguar in Los Angeles.
And he was at the wheel for that Anne Heche accident.
No, he wasn't. In his latest crash, Van Dyke was treated at the scene by paramedics as he was suffering from a bloody nose and mouth, as well as possible concussion. He was not sent to the hospital and was picked up by a friend and driven home. So he's okay. Gwyneth Paltrow's children are going to take the stand in their mother's ski crash trial. We spoke about that trial yesterday. It's reported the Oscar winner's attorney, Stephen Owens, told jurors yesterday that they will hear from both 18-year-old Apple Martin and 16-year-old Moses Martin. The Goop founder's husband, Brad Falchuk, will also testify. And all three family members were present during the 2016 Park City, Utah trip, in which Paltrow allegedly crashed into retired Dr. Terry Sanderson. The former optometrist claims that the incident left him with a traumatic brain injury, broken ribs, and loss of enjoyment of life. She is countersuing. He's suing for like $31 million. She's countersuing for $1 in damages, alleging that Sanderson actually mowed her down.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know who all's testifying, but she and her kids and husband are definitely testifying.
So apparently just before this collision, the kids called out to her. Or they were doing something they wanted her to see. And I don't know how that figures into the defense, but we'll see.
Lea Michele, speaking of Glee, missed Wednesday's performance of Funny Girl because her 2-year-old son Leo was checked into the hospital for what she said was a scary health issue. She wrote on her Instagram story, "I'm so sorry, but unfortunately I'll be out of the Funny Girl today. We are at the hospital with our son dealing with a scary health issue that I need to be here for. I'm so sorry. Please send us some love and strength." So
Has she gotten cleared of her? Remember she had a big run of bad press for a while?
Yes.
Lea Michele? Is that in the past? Has she successfully... Kathy, is she one of your clients? Did you help her get through it?
She hired me. We got through it, and she's doing really well
She's
now.
much better now.
You guys see?
Yeah.
What's she guilty of? Being a bitch?
Yes.
That was basically
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Yes.
And a
We
prima
took the
donna.
bitchiness out of her, and now
And made her a
she's-
concerned mother.
Right.
In fact, she actually got her son sick so that she'd have something to talk about.
Good call.
Listen, he's actually not sick.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
just made that
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
Okay.
Just say your tummy hurts and there's too much poo-poo in your underwear.
8 celebrities, including Lindsay Lohan, Soulja Boy, Jake Paul, Neo, and porn star Kendra Lust, are in trouble with the Securities and Exchange Commission for promoting cryptocurrencies on social media without revealing that they were being compensated for doing it. Most of the celebrities paid more than $400,000 in penalties and interest to settle the complaint.
So they're going after the... Didn't Tom Brady do that as well? Did you mention Tom Brady?
I did not.
Okay,
I did
'cause
not see his name in this list.
There are some high...
Matt Damon did.
Right. A lot of them were...
He was crypto.
who's the guy, Nick?
He was crypto.
Yes, the guy who they just got, who's curly hair, kind of a goofy dude who was...
An actor?
He's an entrepreneur.
crypto guy? I don't know.
Larry Fine?
Larry Fine.
Might be.
So they were persuaded to promote the crypto tokens as part of an alleged illegal scheme to boost the volume of their purchase and sale, creating the impression that the tokens were actively traded. This is the first case that punishes celebrities for endorsing highly risky investments in cryptocurrency. So
Yeah.
you got to come clean with that if you are being compensated. So
That's a standard rule, is it not?
Yeah, I believe so.
There has to be at least a graphic at the bottom of the screen that says spokesperson compensated.
yeah, something like that. Tom Cruise reportedly remains estranged from his daughter, Suri Cruise. A source told Page 6 exclusively that the Mission Impossible star has not seen his 16-year-old in a very long time and is not a part of her life.
He got tired of having his phone answer every time he called for her in the house.
Oh,
Sorry.
Tom shares Suri with his ex-wife, Katie Holmes, of course. That came and went pretty quickly. They divorced in 2011, so... yeah, he's apparently nothing to do with her.
I don't know how that works. You know, I mean, how you just disconnect because he's also, I think he's the he got main custody of the other kids that with
That was like the word early on, but
right. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, as a parent, as a father, I don't understand why you wouldn't want to have any sort of
Something
with your biological
child.
Suri
Yeah.
or Eugene?
Scout Willis can't wait for her big sister, Rumor, to give birth. A 31-year-old told E! News at the Fashion Trust Awards, I'm desperately excited, counting down the days. The excited aunt added, I've already made a little hat. I did. I made a bonnet with bunny ears. It's very cute.
She looks like she's ready to go.
Is
Like,
she?
It looks like it could be. I mean, I don't know how far along she is, but she's pretty. Looks like she's nearing the end.
Wow. And then Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox are reportedly on a break,
Yeah, that means they're broken up,
but still in contact.
but they're not.
An insider told Us Weekly that the couple is very hot and cold. The source added
A good HVAC system will take care of that.
they have stalled wedding planning to work on their issues. Their relationship is pretty volatile at the moment. They are currently off, but still texting each other.
And occasionally banging.
Yeah, probably. I love you. All right, let's see. A couple more quick things. Smash is heading to Broadway for the 24-25 season. Producers Robert Greenblatt, Neil Marin, and Steven Spielberg announced Wednesday that the adaptation of the NBC musical drama.
Oh.
Yeah, is that
heading
wild?
To the Great White Way. I don't remember Smash.
Yeah, it was like Nashville or up and coming talent and
Okay.
but so they basically turned the series into a Broadway musical.
Although the score will be written by Mark Shaman and Scott Whitman, who wrote over 24 songs for the television show, the stage iteration will depart liberally from the series. And then one last thing, Jamie Lee Curtis has already landed her first post-Oscar role. The Everything Everywhere All at Once star will join the Amazon comedy series The Sticky
The Sticky.
as a guest star. Yeah.
I went to a Snoop concert one time, and he did this call and response with the audience, and he goes, give me some of that sticky, icky, wicky, ooh-wee. And so he had to say, give me some of that sticky, icky, wicky, and then the whole crowd had to go, ooh-wee.
And you didn't know what
I
to
don't
do,
know
right?
why I remember that,
Yeah.
but...
Wow.
So did he had to explain that to the audience, right?
Yeah, when
Like
I
it didn't
say,
just happen.
when I say, give me some of that sticky, icky, wicky, you say, ooh-wee.
That's a long call and
It
response.
is very long. He must have been high.
It's like when I say Papa, you say, hi, Grandma.
Wow.
Yeah,
There's got to be footage of that somewhere.
somewhere.
I
It was
wanna see
it was Snoop, Dre, Eminem at the Spectrum.
So what was the call again?
Sticky, icky, wicky.
Yeah, give me some of that sticky, icky. I think it's sticky, icky, wicky. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee.
Sounds like a great show, though.
Yeah, oh my God, dude! Eminem stole the entire show.
Really?
Hi, Grandmom. You think like Snoop and Dre, like okay, but Eminem was like, holy crap.
There you go.
Yeah.
So the sticky, by the way.
It's a thing now.
God, it is. So the sticky, according to Variety.
I'm so glad you shared that story.
Production is already underway on the series inspired by the true story of the Great Canadian Maple Syrup Heist. That's what this is about.
This is true.
I know this
yes.
story.
This story is pretty amazing.
In which 70% of the world's global maple syrup supply was stolen. I'm not familiar with this story.
So there is a big smuggling racket with maple syrup.
Yeah, they
And,
mentioned it in The Godfather.
yeah, and-
Well, that was molasses, but
Right.
anyway, yeah.
But I remember this story. It was huge.
Wow, okay.
It
All
was
right.
nearly $20 million worth of maple syrup.
It was recent, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it was 2011, 2012.
Really?
Yeah, you reported on it.
I think we talked about it on the show. Yeah. Yeah, Preston.
Listen, you say a lot of things.
Like immediately, I think of the great molasses flood in
Right.
Boston, which was back in the late 1800s or early 1900s or something
Yeah.
like that. But I don't remember the great maple syrup heist in the teens.
Yeah, 2011 and 2012. Yeah.
Okay.
Nearly 3,000 tons worth almost $20 million.
All right, I'm interested, and it's called The Sticky. So, let's do the clips now. All right, here we go. The drama is back.
Oh, no.
No, at an all-time high for the ladies of the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip.
Oh, my God.
Here, former housewife Brandy Glanville gives the honest reason why she came back to the show. Here we go.
The paycheck, number one. I mean, honestly, we're coming out of COVID and a lot of productions were shut down during COVID. So there wasn't a lot to do. So, when you're offered, whatever we got offered, and by the way, that's going like on a girls trip, a fun vacation for a week. Like, who's going to say no to that?
Shut the up!
That. The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip returns to Peacock today.
If you want to talk about that, Preston, that sort of vocal fry thing, there is, and it's become a meme now. I saw it when it originally aired. It's Miley Cyrus talking, and she is it's so hard. Remember,
I have to see it. I have to hear that.
Yeah. She almost sounds, she sounds even less like Mike TV and sounds more like one of the droids from the Star Wars movies.
Oh, really?
It's that ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here's our next clip. Keanu Reeves is known to perform his own stunts and ups the ante in John Wick Chapter 4.
Whoa.
And here, the actor talks about the evolution of his character. Here we go.
I think as my movie martial arts, as I've been spending more time, I'm getting a little bit better at them. I'm still not very good, but I try really hard. And now I can be in a car and drive and do more sophisticated. Before I did a 180, now I'm going forward into a reverse 180. I'm sorry, a 180 into reverse with a gear change and then a gun.
Shut up, dummy.
Keanu Reeves with John Wick Chapter 4 hits theaters tomorrow, by the way.
I can't wait.
You're going out this
I'm going to
weekend?
go out and see it, yeah. I love these movies, and this one apparently is sensational.
All right, hang on. We still have we have the Sticky Icky?
Yeah, so I guess it's from a
actual
song. Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right, let's play a little bit of that. Here we go.
Some of that real sticky, icky. Ooh, wait.
Okay.
There you go. That's
All
what
right.
that is.
All right, there we go.
Well, that was that sounded like Eminem.
I think it's Dre and Snoop.
We forgot about Dre is the name of that song, right?
I think the thing is called The Watcher case.
The Watcher.
Yeah.
Some of that real sticky, icky. Ooh, wait.
Ooh, wee.
When did that song come out?
I like our version better
Still Dre.
Oh, Marissa?
after all these years.
There you go.
So that's still Dre. And if you guys remember, Dr. Dre found Eminem. So
Yeah.
Eminem uses that beat later.
Okay.
Play it again.
Hang on a sec.
Some of that real sticky, icky. Ooh, wait.
Sticky Icky Icky.
Ooh, wait.
But it looks
Okay.
like that song came out in November 1999.
Okay. Sticky,
I'm
icky,
assuming
icky.
he's talking about weed in that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
there's
Sticky
lots
Buds.
there's lots of videos of Snoop where like somebody puts him on the spot and it's like, name as many names as you can for weed, and he goes and names a bunch of them. He's like, sticky icky icky.
All right.
Ooh wee.
Ooh, wee.
Ooh-wee.
And there it is. There it is. We found it. Got down to the origin of it. All right. With that, we should take a break because we are less than an hour away from telling you what you're going to need. A very crucial piece of information in order to win a trip to Universal Orlando Resort. So we will, around 8, tell you what you need to look for and ask you a question about some of the pictures we have of the Preston and Steve Universal Orlando Resort's photo hunt, which you can find at PrestonandSteve.com. And then we'll tell you to call in later on with the answer that we're looking for. And you might be on your way to Universal Orlando Resort. So we'll get to that around 8 o'clock. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment or two. Hang out with us on this Thursday morning.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
Now bringing more to the table. This time it's plant-based chicken nuggets.
I've had them.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, wait, you have? Because so have I, and they were the most disgusting things I've ever eaten in my life.
Well, then I've had different. So Hip City Veg has the best chicken nuggets I've ever tasted, and there's no chicken.
Okay, so this was sort of like, it looked like it was dark meat, but it wasn't meat. It was plant-based,
Yeah.
and it had like a breading around it. It looked really good, and I was like, oh, I'll try this.
Right. Not
I was
good.
like, what is this? What is this texture? What am I eating?
So they use
Plant or
seitan.
not?
I guess it is seitan, right? The often used for chicken substitute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and the Satan actually cooks them.
Wait till you try this.
But Casey, they're excellent. We actually put them out at a party.
Yeah.
And people had no idea.
So we have a vegetarian living in my house. My oldest is now a vegetarian, more pescatarian, but we have a lot of Impossible meat in our house now.
Right.
And we do the Impossible ground beef a lot, and it's damn good. You know,
I love it.
Yeah, my wife will make.
And Preston's right in the. It's not exactly. But the taste, I like.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
good.
the Impossible taste.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily taste exactly like beef or pork or whatever it is they're trying to simulate, but whatever it tastes like, tastes good to me.
Yeah, and when you're making things like nachos, like my wife will make nachos for, the household, and she'll crumple up the Impossible burger meat or whatever on there. You can't tell the difference.
Dude.
Not when it's got the cheese and the salsa and everything else with it.
I'm telling you, that Impossible cheesesteak from Wilson's
Unbelievable.
was fantastic.
Unbelievable.
I couldn't stop eating it. It was excellent.
Get me the biggest cheesesteak fan in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Sit them down and give them one of those.
And don't say, all right, tell me if this tastes like meat.
Right.
Just say, eat this, and does it taste good?
Yeah.
That's the difference. So somebody who is, a hardcore meat eater might say, this ain't no meat or whatever. No, just set that aside. Does it taste good or not? Okay. And because that cheesesteak at Wilson's Secret Sauce is fantastic.
And what was the ingredient?
Loved it.
Was it seitan?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't
think
know.
he uses Beyond or Impossible.
I'm not sure exactly what he uses.
I think it's Impossible. Yeah.
So I'm looking at what I had, and this restaurant changed, right? It was one healthier restaurant to the next, and they had chicken on it, and so they were called chicken. They were called chicken strips. Well, now they're just called strips, and so I ordered that thinking I was getting the chicken, and then realized, but it says plant-based, so it's a plant-based strip. It doesn't say exactly what's in it, but I'm assuming it's similar to what you're talking about.
I want plant-based strips, Mommy.
So Impossible Foods is describing this as having a golden, crispy breadcrumb. Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm interested in your chicken strips.
Stop it.
What's that special ingredient again?
It's a little salty.
Breadcrumb.
Do you guys buy that? Because I just made some.
It's great.
Here's audio of the chef, Preston.
You're gonna be my regular Saturday thing, baby.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
I think I like your reaction more than the actual flub itself. You're like, I just can't believe you just said that.
All right, having golden, crispy breadcrumb coating.
You're working in the kitchen today. Where's something low cut?
And a juicy and springy white meat texture. How was your weekend, Jackie Bam Bam?
Oh, good. How was yours, Press?
Very relaxing.
Right.
How about you? Did you relax?
I heard you tried on some jeans. I was getting worried about my leather pants and my roostered hair for the MMRBQ, more importantly.
Do you ever wear shorts?
Nah, but I do shave my legs if you need to know.
Okay.
But wait,
No doubt. No doubt.
Why? Why do you shave your legs if you're not wearing shorts?
No offense to Steve, but I think the hair should be on the head, nowhere else.
Okay.
So you shave everywhere?
Everywhere, yeah.
Really? Armpits?
I've been trying to do a contest or a little promo with Casey Boy, but it's just not happening. Sales department. I want to shave Casey Boy.
I don't want to do that.
Why?
Because I don't want to
You
do
should
that.
come get laser hair with me.
Oh, you get your beef
Remove it
laser.
permanently?
Yeah.
I follow you on social media. I'm like, where does she get this done at? I could do that.
Oh, come with me.
I will.
All right.
Do you shave your armpits?
Cut that out, what she just said, Casey.
Do you shave your armpits?
I do, yes. You want to take a look? Yeah.
Yeah, they're short.
All right,
Yeah,
there you
sure
go.
enough.
Very nice.
Okay, he's a shaver. He's
Your ass crack?
He's an O'Hare guy. You're one more step closer to Romano, man.
Yeah, Romano.
You have that in common. Wow. Okay, so this is interesting. Chrissy Teigen has admitted, listen to this,
Her again.
she underwent a cosmetic surgical procedure to have fat removed from her cheeks.
Okay.
Per a recent Instagram story she shared.
Isn't that kind of her look? She does have
She's
kind
a very roundish cheeks. Yeah.
Clearly a beautiful woman.
She wrote, I did that Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal thing here, she said.
The Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal?
I guess so, yeah. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. She
I can't say
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal.
That's amazing. I can't do that.
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal. There you go.
That's pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
Now do it backwards.
I can't do that. Fat buccal diamond doctor. Well, I left out removal fat.
Oh, way to
All right,
go.
removal fat buccal diamond doctor. I'm reading it. I can see it written here. So
Still good.
Still pretty good.
removal fat buccal diamond doctor.
I will say this after Dr. Buchel's fat removal, that she looks different.
Yes.
Well, it's sort of that what we were talking about. Who was it yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
It was Tori Spelling.
Spelling.
Spelling. It's
Terrence and Phillip.
Yes, it gives that Terrence and Phillip look.
If you do too much, it looks like she got not like almost too much. It's,
Right.
she's
Not as
flirting
much
with
as
it.
Tori.
With Dr. Buchel's fat removal?
Wait, what's buccal? Because his name's Diamond. What's the buccal?
Dr. Diamond Buchel's fat
I
removal.
assume the buccal is the kind
Procedure?
of fat.
Oh.
It is, or the buccal fat removal.
So it's Dr. Diamond Buchel's fat removal.
Dr. Diamond buccal fat removal.
Okay, it's not plural.
Maybe someday they'll have a Dr. Diamond buccal fat replacement.
Yes, and fill those cheeks back up again.
Exactly. Theater royalty in the form of Kristen Chenoweth, Julie Taymor, and Lin-Manuel Miranda welcomed back boisterous audiences to Wicked, The Lion King, and Hamilton for the first time since the start of the pandemic, making Tuesday as the unofficial return of Broadway. Chenoweth surprised the crowd at Wicked by appearing on stage for a speech at the same stage where she became a star years ago. And she said the fitting line, she said, "There's no place like home."
Right.
Coming back there. And the crowd hooted and hollered and gave her a standing ovation. You could hear him hoot.
It's not a hoot.
Several hoots and a couple of hollers. That'd be kind of scary.
It would be terrifying.
Yeah.
I think that the actors would walk off the stage.
Taymor, the director and costume designer for The Lion King, congratulated her audience for the courage and enthusiasm to lead the way. She said, "Theater as we know it is the lifeblood and soul of the city. It's time for us to live again." And Miranda at Hamilton summed up the feeling of a lot of people when he asked, "I don't ever want to take live theater for granted."
And by the way, I did not write Hamilton. I have to know. Yeah. You know, Preston, I have a love-hate relationship with Broadway, and because there's wonderful things to see.
Yeah.
But those theaters are designed for people from the 1870s.
Yeah, they're tiny.
And unless you're a dwarf,
But it is super exciting going.
It is
to one of those
amazing.
shows.
It is amazing.
It is also super expensive to go.
Oh, my
to
God.
one of those
$200 or
shows.
$300.
It's
That's
insane.
Yeah.
The first time I went to Broadway, I'd gotten comp tickets, okay, because of my job. I was a music director, and it was for Rent, and Rent had a soundtrack and all this stuff. And so the record company got us tickets. I'm like, wow, man, that was a great time. We enjoyed the hell of the show. It was amazing. And I'm like, we should go back and see that again sometime. And then we went to go back and see it, and we paid for tickets. I'm like, oh my God.
They offer packages though that are actually really good deals. That comes with dinner at you can choose from a number of restaurants and things like that. So at least it's
hotels sometimes and an organ transplant.
But just anything in New York.
Anything in New York.
You get a cheese sandwich, and they're like, "That'll be $14." You're like, "What? It's a cheese sandwich, though."
Oh man.
Oh, that's so. We're in New York.
One last story. John Mellencamp revealed to the Indianapolis Monthly that in addition to recently recording, he and Bruce Springsteen actually painted together. He said, "Bruce and I have done 2 paintings together."
This is my house, and this is the smoke coming out of the chimney, and this is me and my family holding hands, and that's a daisy.
He said, "We have a..."
That's a turkey. I made it with my hands.
He said, "We have a painting that we worked on for 2 days straight."
Yeah.
He said he painted one side, I painted the other.
That's the whole.
And he also said Bruce had never painted at all, and he was really good, really into it.
Have you seen any of
Mellencamp stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really good. He's accomplished.
How come
Now,
my turkey looks better?
I don't know if he does realistic stuff or not, but he definitely does some cool
Impressionistic?
things. Yeah, it might be considered impressionistic. I guess.
Excess paint, and it blends all this together.
Yeah, this is it.
There we go. We're painting mountains, as you know. You always want the top of the mountain to be more distinct than the bottom of the mountain, because at the bottom we have mist, and now we have wonderful pollution.
So before I knew that I had ASMR,
right,
and I was a teenager, I would sit there with Bob Ross on, smoke a little herb and just sit there and
Get
just
lost.
absolutely zone out into it and have no idea why I liked him so much.
Did you ever get inspired to attempt to paint along with him?
Oh God, no.
Okay.
I have no artistic ability whatsoever. I had, at a younger age, I had tried. I had a friend who who was a decent artist, and he gave me a canvas and Steve. There was a house with chimney coming out of it, and Daisy and the family. I mean, it was just terrible. It was horrible.
Curly smoke coming out.
Yeah, just bad. The sun in the corner.
Yeah, with the lines coming out. Yeah.
With the rays coming out of
You
it.
can't see the whole sun, but just a quarter.
Anyhow, he said he said about Bruce. He said I was surprised at how hard he tried. He was like, "How do you do this, John? How do you make this
This is
work?"
terrible.
We're trying to.
It stinks. I can't draw. Why'd you make me do this? I don't want to do it. This is stupid.
Like a little kid.
I can't draw.
This is stupid.
I tried to draw a cat. Why did you make me do this? God damn it.
He just starts stamping in
Don't want that.
in one spot.
Let's play with the ball. Stupid paint.
He would say,
Told you I don't want to do this.
he would say, "Hey, John, how do you do this? How do I make this work?"
Stupid.
He said, "We're
It
trying."
doesn't look like anything. I'm not good.
No, you are.
I'm not.
No, you are.
I don't like this.
Trust me. It looks good.
It's not that bad.
He's throwing a tantrum.
He'd rather go outside and play.
Yeah.
You've never done this before. Cut yourself some
I
slack.
can't. I'm stupid.
You're not stupid, Bruce.
I feel stupid.
You just need to work a little harder.
Paint. I want some milk.
Okay, we'll go get some milk and then we'll try this again later. Okay.
Bring it in the purple cup.
John.
MMR.
Thanks, Kath. I wanted to find out if anybody else has this issue lately, and Steve sent me an article that might corroborate this, but lately, like every day, I've been getting a text message that tells me that so-and-so, a Facebook friend of mine, has posted or has reached out to me or has, posted this, and they want you to comment on that. And it's clearly not a Facebook link.
You're
that
getting
is
it in a
sent to me.
text message?
In a text message.
Yeah, which you think is should be the last bastion of your, protection wall there.
So I'm getting it'll have someone whose name that I went to high school with or whatever has reached out to you through Facebook. And I've deleted all of them. I've deleted the whole chain from my phone, so I don't have the verbatim example for you. But the URL will be HTTP //FB dot and then a whole bunch of other stuff. But the FB is supposed to be for Facebook. Hang on, Marissa's looking at me weird. Do you think it might be legitimate?
All right, so I know what you're saying about getting spam text messages because I get them a lot. But Preston, I think Facebook may have updated its notification settings, and somewhere, sometime, at some point, you put your phone number on Facebook, and they just through an update said, "Oh, great, we're going to start sending him texts."
Like you're getting the notifications you would normally get on Facebook if you were to log on to Facebook on your computer. You know how you can click the notifications and see people who've commented on your photos or whatever. They're sending that to your phone.
You think so?
It could be.
But I'm not going to touch it. I'm not gonna
The reason why I'd be suspicious of it because what happens, and I never use Facebook. I only used it so I could activate my Oculus.
Yeah.
Basically, Preston, I'll get that my Facebook account has been locked. Oh, I get that all the time.
I've seen that
your
too,
recent
yeah.
usage has caused your Facebook account to be locked. I'll get those. I immediately dismiss them.
This is also on the, this is coming from Facebook, their help center. It says if you're receiving emails or text notifications about a Facebook account that doesn't belong to you, it's possible that someone tried to use your email or mobile number to set up an account. But don't click on it. You still don't want to click on the link to see if it's even your account or not.
And this raises a whole series because there's so many different ones that come across. I get bombarded with, are you interested in selling your home? Hey. Here's what happens, Kathy. Every time it comes to my text messages, hey, Corey, it says. Corey. And I don't ever respond. I just delete it. I've come to be known as that when you respond to it,
Yeah.
then they know they have a pathway
Yeah,
through to you,
no,
and it would
don't-
only increase. So I deleted immediately.
Yeah, no, don't ever respond. I get the ones that say like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm just getting back to you. Hey, what's up? Dinner tonight?" Or like something like that. Like they're, actual.
I'm going out with
messages.
Corey.
Yeah, I'm like, no. I just delete them.
Right?
Yeah, I made the mistake of, I'm sorry, you got the wrong number. But somebody sent me a text, hey, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, sorry, this isn't, Joe.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, we got a real person.
Somebody's there, and then you get bombarded, right?
So, 2 days ago, I got a phone call, and the number that came up was Bala Kimwood. I'm like, okay, I let me try and answer this. And they were like, so I answer it, and they said, your son signed up for these SAT study guides. And I'm like, okay. And so they just confirmed my address and blah, blah, blah. And I told my wife about it. She's like, I don't know anything about that. My son didn't know anything about it. And then, dude, later on that night, Steve, I got 2 phone calls right in a row. And so I don't know. I don't think that they're related, but.
You can't. Listen, you don't know.
Dude, the guy calls 2 times in a row, starts yelling racial slurs at me.
What?
Yes.
Did you sign up for that?
I did not. I was like, I did not sign up for this.
I would like to be racially berated, please.
Yes, rent a racist. Yes, I was looking for someone to yell racial epithets at me all night. We can arrange that.
Yeah, telling me to S his C.
What?
Yeah.
Well, no, that's a different service.
That's a different service.
You either
but-
get the racial or you get the sexual.
Oh, man. And so then I
You
just
must have
had-
gone for the platinum package.
I blocked that phone number, expecting to get new calls from a different phone number, but I didn't.
All right, Marissa.
Well, Casey, it sounds like I want that guy's number.
Yeah,
No, I'm
no, you don't.
No, I think you guys should go onto whatever social media you use or even don't use and just make sure that your SMS text messages are turned off. SMS notifications, that means your text notifications. So I think that's where some update may have just turned them on at some point.
Why don't you take a quick look right now, just so we can get to the bottom of this, and press it on if your phone is available, because I'll hazard a guess.
On
that there-
Facebook?
Yeah,
Well-
I'll hazard a guess that it might be something just outside of that realm, because there's been such, as this article points out, such a preponderance of these social media related sort of like phishing schemes, Marissa?
WMMR has been the victim of one of these. Like
Really?
people are going into posts of ours like from 10, 12 months ago and replying to listeners saying, you won $10,000. Please give us your credit card number and we will give you the $10,000.
Oh, give us your credit card
Flat out,
number.
I am just going to say, a bank, a credit card, anybody is never going to ask you for your credit card number.
Especially
They're never going to ask you
through a text.
through a text or a DM or
Yeah.
anything.
Marissa, what am I supposed to do? This is on my Facebook app. I'm supposed to look for what?
You have to go to settings.
Oh, go to settings.
But it's like it's buried in there, so
I'll go.
this
You wanna
might be a
come- you wanna-
post show.
You want to come in?
Here, I'm
Yeah,
just
I can
giving,
do
I'm
it.
giving it to Casey.
She's great.
Oh,
She's gonna do
sugar.
it. What'd you do?
Wow.
Cheese and crackers.
Yeah.
Cheese and cracker
Sometimes
sugar.
the easiest thing here is to just Google
There you go.
how do I turn off SMS text messages, and then they'll tell you the password.
How do you
Because
use Google?
Facebook changes their settings every couple of months. Everybody does.
Which, by the way, so real quick, and I'll go to these calls that are coming in, but apparently we in America are being attacked by more than 376 million scamming text messages per day,
Crazy.
which poses Netflix, Amazon, and banks to steal money or to steal your voice.
Right.
Which is a weird thing.
Yes, we talked about that. In fact, what you talked about, Kathy, not responding, not Casey calling back and saying, hi, someone. You did never do that because they can clip your voice.
I just got a call the other day sitting in here, and again, it was like I'm like, what is this? I need to answer this number because it could be school or whatever.
Kathy,
And-
it's me, Kathy.
No, but it was one of those recordings, and they said my name. Is this
Really?
so and so? And then I say yes, and then they say, can you hear us? And they want you to say yes again because they say that they get you saying
hate
yes
that.
to, so that they use it if they call like a bank or a credit card or whatever. And immediately I knew.
Son of a bitches. Don't you just hate that?
So, Kathy, I got caught yesterday. I was standing in the room with Connor, and the phone rang. It was the same thing. I was like, I think I have to answer this number. So when I answered it, I was like, hello.
Yeah.
I didn't know who it was, and just on the off chance that it was And as it turns out, it was somebody I actually did need to talk to. And I was like, okay, hang on. I'm so sorry that I answered the phone like that.
Steve, you're right. It'd be great if that person spoke exactly.
Coming from the Speech Impediment
By the way, Rochelle got an email not too long ago, which was a flat out attempt at blackmail, and it was a lie too. It's like, we have access to your camera on your laptop.
Yeah.
We have seen what you have been watching, and given the nature of what you watch,
I've gotten that.
We have recorded you and the stuff that you watch. Saying that you watch some kind of deviant porn.
I've gotten that. I've gotten that
or maybe even dark web stuff. And you need to send us this money right now.
We're blackmailing you. Yeah,
it's just blatant.
And
This
so
could be.
the first time I got it, I was out on the patio. I had the laptop open. I'm like, this is a scam. I pulled my pants up and went inside.
Come on,
man.
Steve, my dad got the same thing, and he called me because sometimes they prey on senior citizens for this type of thing. And he's like, and what do I do with this? And then I was like, Dad, it's spam. It's they're trying to get you to commit to anything, make any type of thing. And he's like, I swear I have never looked at this type of porn in my life. And I was like, Dad, I really
I'm
don't.
mostly into the choking stuff. Oh my God, I like choke ponies and stuff like that.
Yeah, he likes choke ponies. He Googles that all the time.
By the way, Americans lost $10 billion to these types of scams in 2020 alone.
billion.
This is when they ask you to give your personal information.
And Nick's right.
scam you.
A large portion of those people are senior citizens.
Wow.
It's like a billion.
So the other one, though, the new type of scam is where con artists use AI-powered tools to capture your voice and clone it in less than 5 seconds.
Wow. Right.
It says, the FTC said, you get a call, there's a panicked voice on the line, it's your grandson, and this is how they use the voice. He says that he's in deep trouble, he's wrecked the car, he's landed in jail, but you can't, you can help by sending money. You take a deep breath and think, you've heard about these grandparent scams, but man, it sounds just like him. So they're trying to use a voice you might be familiar with.
They're using current technology. Now, this wasn't
voice cloning.
They didn't have that, say, 5 years ago.
Right.
But now there are so many. There are actually, Preston, there are free sites that do voice emulators that'll do. So the technology is all over the place, and they're using it.
So now we need to come up with safe words, essentially. Some type of a phrase or word or a question, a la a security question, your mother's maiden name and things like that.
Yeah.
To verify who that person actually is.
Give me some of that.
Here's a go ahead.
I was going to say, give me some of that sticky, icky.
Ooh, that's it. I've forgotten already.
Yeah. To that point. So I had, they have those questions. What was your favorite pet? And I actually had one for our own service here. And it was not a question that I had put down. So I was wondering, has this information been locked? Because what was your favorite stuffed animal as a child? That's never a question I go to.
No.
Right. So mine was either favorite pet or something like that you're going to remember. And even then I jot it down. But I am so leery of giving information. It's almost like a built-in firewall. Every time someone calls, because I'm like, I assume everything is a scam.
Have you guys heard of toad attacks?
No.
So they are telephone-oriented attack deliveries. It's a type of social engineering attack that lures potential victims to contact fraudulent call centers. And this is exactly what you're talking about, Preston. It's threat actors and attempt to steal credentials or install malware. And they use, Steve, when they get the email, it's Norton, PayPal, McAfee, all of these legit companies. And that's what baits you into thinking, this actually might be some kind of real security threat.
I have an alarm on my phone that indicates when a toad attack is coming in, Preston.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the sound.
You can avoid that by having that set up.
Toad attack.
Let me go to some calls. I have Barry. We'll start with. Hi, Barry. Good morning.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
What's up, Barry?
At least once a week, I get a text message from a random number saying, just put a local organization, and they switch the organization up every text. Local organization, get your T-shirts 10% off. Click this link, and it's local stuff. It says my name in there. So what I do, T-Mobile has a text spam service. You forward that text to their like short number, and then Apple has a junk notification button underneath it. So
it'll apply that notification to it. Well, so I'm asking, will it apply that notification, that junk notification, if you were to get it again?
Yes, every time I've gotten those texts,
Okay.
That junk notification will come up.
All right.
And it looks like, because it's from a random number, so I guess Apple assumes that it's a junk message if it's from a random number.
I've been reporting this Facebook thing as junk, and it still
comes
in.
back.
So, when I get a new one, I'll show it to you guys.
Did you check your settings, by the way? And was it, in fact...
I don't know. Casey handed my phone back.
Yeah, so his notifications were turned on.
Oh, they were?
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, somebody texted and said the best safe word you could possibly use would be Robbery.
I'll tell you this: the ones that are very I don't know, polished, I'll say, come in the form of emails. And Preston, you've talked about it. They'll actually grab the Apple tech graphics,
sure,
and so that'll appear in the email,
make it look legit.
And you need to provide us with your access.
Yep. I've gotten those before, but I mean, you just have to.
You
have to look closely.
Yeah. And
if Apple has 1P,
yeah. Let me go to Mike. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, is Corey there?
I'm Corey. What's up, Mike?
Hey, so I actually have the same thing going on that Steve has going on, except not Corey. I get text asking for Beth all the time.
Maybe we should introduce them. I don't know. I think Corey and Beth would probably get along.
Yeah.
And they're always asking about my house. Do I want to sell my house? Do I want to
Yes.
sell my house? So I Googled my number and the word Beth, the name Beth, and someone down the Jersey Shore has their contact info as my cell phone number, and it's Beth.
Wow.
Interesting.
So I keep getting these text messages asking for Beth.
So what did you do? What did you do to determine it was somebody down the shore?
Yeah, so I just Googled this number, and it comes up as somewhere down near LBI.
All right.
Sure.
Wow.
And somebody somewhere along the line had written down your number as their contact info.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
all right. Well,
I just write back, not Beth, and I block that number. And and I think they're actually legit. I don't think they're spam. I think it's actually people in real estate asking if I want to sell my house.
So Mike, do you think that by responding to it, you're inviting more? Because now they know you're there and you're ready to receive messages. Yeah.
I can't imagine that it would be Beth. Why is it Beth?
Yeah.
I guess they just that website.
Not unless they're a fan of the Kiss song.
Thanks, Mike. We had for years, I guess the number that we had at my house, our landline number, I think the people that had it before were total criminals. Essentially.
Oh, okay.
So we were in a sense that they were scamming money,
right?
That for years, and I mean 15 years, something like that. We would get calls regularly of people looking for them, or people calling from prisons trying to access.
That's got to be a little
it was weird.
unnerving,
and we couldn't shake it. And finally, they've stopped. I think it's because we really just don't use the landline much anymore.
I can't listen. I don't even have a phone connected to the landline anymore.
Let me go to. Hang on a second here. Steve works in IT security. Hi, Steve. You're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Hi, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, man?
So I just wanted to call, and one of the best things you can do is if you ever get a call where they're pretending to be, or a text message where they're pretending to be from a legitimate organization, this is what I tell my parents who are elderly at this point. I tell them, don't respond to the company on your own.
Oh,
So
contact the company.
Contact the company on your own. Okay.
Email or a text message pretending to be Amazon.
Yeah.
For example, that was a common one for a long time.
Yes.
What you do is you say, okay, let me call Amazon or check Amazon on my own.
Steve, you're absolutely right, because when I was getting a whole run of those Amazon notifications, your account has been locked, and so I never respond directly to the message. I call customer support at Amazon and get someone on the phone, and every time Steve was like, "No, everything's fine." So yes, that's a good piece of advice.
It says here, Steve, you had an incident one time though about your uncle.
Yes. It was actually my father. They called my father and tried to pretend that my uncle was kidnapped. Now, if you know my uncle, you know this man doesn't go anywhere without at least 5 guns. Jeez. We knew it wasn't real because we would have seen this on the news.
Yeah, I love that.
Thanks, Steve. And I wonder the converse to this. I think that'd be the opposite of this would be
conversely
would be that people have gotten legitimate messages
and not believe them.
and not believe them
Yeah.
and passed on them, and it was something important.
Preston, I think I would easily fall into that camp because I just don't believe anything.
Anyone.
It has to
I
say
know.
there's a specific set of things that I have to see before I'm even going to remotely entertain it.
I told you guys this story before, but I won my friend a Hummer H2.
Yeah.
And he got the phone call. He's like, what? No. And then he hung up, and then they called him back, and they're like, are you sure you won an H2?
I would never believe that.
I know.
Never.
Yeah.
I'd be like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm
Well, your
sure.
friend
would
had
not.
entered you without your knowledge,
No,
right?
I entered him.
He entered him.
Oh, okay.
I
That was
entered
it.
him.
Press, I think the best thing to do is forward the link to your work email and then open it on a work computer.
If we have not learned anything from
Right.
our
training.
our IT training
I
here
think
at the
that's
radio
what's best.
station.
I have a foolproof method, Kathy. I never look at my work email.
You never open an
I never
email.
do. And Bill knows it.
solved.
Bill will come down and say, I'm going to tell you in person because I know you'll never check your email. And that's how I avoid opening up stuff and that'll infect the system.
Our email system's hard.
It's horrible.
It's
And then it
terrible.
randomly selects other. Like, and 9 times out of 10, I got sick of finding things that were very relevant to my current day-to-day activities here at MMR.
Into your
sitting
other-
in the junk folder.
In the
Right.
in the spam folder.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now they have a new feature where every email outside of the company says it's from outside of the company. So that's what you see in the preview instead of like what the person's writing you.
Do you know what
You
sucks
can't
ass?
shortcut it.
In a major way, one of my pet peeves is this thing about making it part of an email chain. So the
know.
email
I
goes
know.
out.
Yes.
They
Yes.
respond. You never see it because you don't sit there in front of the computer watching for activity.
God.
Oh, another response.
Steve, not to sidetrack too much, but last week I had to do a lot of corresponding with people
Yeah.
at Universal, and there were 24 emails in one particular chain, and like trying to navigate through all of those and
Yeah.
figure out the tiny bit of information you need in
Yes.
that email chain
Right.
is exhausting, and you're sitting there like trying
to
to
go through 30 pages to get
Yeah.
to the bottom and says where to go.
Exactly, yeah. I need this number.
Yeah.
By the way, back to the topic, though, a text says, I work for a bank and the fraud department, and the scams that get people to give info are wild.
Yes.
And here's the deal. They've now, not that it's brand new, but it's been escalating, but you're getting more text scams, like straight up to your phone. How did they get this number? Pretending to be something else. And if you're not careful, you will touch it, and
No, you're right. It wasn't
then
long
it's
ago where
away.
you say, oh, this is a text. This has to be someone who knows me. And that's not the case anymore.
Yeah. Let's see. We have a ton of calls up here. I will go next to Jared. Jared, you're on the air. Good morning.
Back off, war child.
Seriously.
What's up, man?
So I've been getting these crazy text messages from like Hulu and Disney Plus with a verification number.
Yeah.
So I went on my account Tuesday, and I was like, "Wow, I'm paying $26 every month," and like I just haven't noticed that it's been coming out since October of last year. I
Wow.
called Hulu, and they're like, "Yeah, you're subscribed to HBO, Showtime, Max." I was like, "I never did any of that." And they're
Wow.
like, "Do you have an account in the Ukraine?" And I said, "Of course not. I live in Douglasville, Pennsylvania." they're like, "Oh, well, someone from Ukraine has your account, and they are streaming all these platforms on your Hulu."
You know what you
And
need to
they
do?
told
Here's
me that
here's
it's
what you
happening a
do.
lot.
Here's what you do. You call them and you say this.
Back off, war child. Seriously.
No, dude, so they someone from the and this happens quite often too. They'll get your streaming information. Now, mind you, if you've paid for now you never subscribe to any of this.
No.
So that's a problem. If they had simply gotten your access information, that would be a different thing. But the fact they were able to activate a streaming account and it's not you, so how did it end up getting rectified?
So they reimbursed me, all that money, thank God.
Right.
But yeah, they said like change the password and everything. So we did all that. But they told me on the phone that this is actually happening a lot to Hulu people that share their accounts.
Yeah,
Because once it hits like 2 or 3 platforms, then your email is actually open for other people to access.
Yeah, it's like a virus. I never do that. I never share that stuff. And I will always, periodically, if I change or have to update information on one of the accounts, I'll hop into the other ones and just check the status. And a lot of times, it's a good idea. cancel the service. Even if you want to use it, cancel it and open another account.
Right.
Just sort
Oh
of
yeah,
clear.
my dad's going to be mad. I texted him yesterday. I'm like, sorry, Dad, but you can't have my platform no more.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
You don't know what he's up to.
All right.
All those trips to the Ukraine.
Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. We did one time. We stayed at a hotel, and you can sign into your Netflix accounts on the TVs in some hotels. And I did that and did not sign back out. And whoever rented after us, whoever had the room after us, got on board our account somehow or another. They were able to, and it took a while, but we eventually got it off there. I forgot how we ended up handling it, but I didn't.
Didn't they
think that
say
would
they were able
happen.
to access your camera and they watched you watch Massive Meaty Men from your hotel room?
They
But
did.
did
It's a
they-
classic.
Did they do like bad things with it, or
I forgot how we found out. I think that like we were getting logged out at our own home because
That's
there were
what
too many
happened.
screens.
really?
Yeah.
And we found out someone else had access to it. And so I managed to get in there and find a way to cut them off somehow or another. I don't
Yeah.
remember how that happened because this was years ago.
they need to stop doing it? Because I won't log on to any of my streaming things in the hotel. I just won't do it.
I'm not going to do it either.
Oh, no. In fact, some of them will include a complimentary hotel subscription.
Right.
And I don't know. I guess they have some sort of corporate thing. But no, I would never enter in password information on a hotel television.
I'm going to go to Nick next. Hi, Nick. You're on the air.
Yo, what's up? You guys rock.
Thank you, buddy. All right, so tell us what do you want to share here?
Yeah, so I get a lot of these calls on my cell phone, and sometimes they come up with like a real name, and it looks like it's somebody in their contacts.
Yes.
So I get one about 3 months ago, and it says Karen Hill. And I just watched Goodfellas.
Yeah, it's Lorraine Bracco.
I love to mess with these guys. So I pick up the phone and I go, Karen, that was $80,000 you flushed down the toilet.
Yes! Yes, you did.
Karen, they never would have found out, Karen. Oh my God! And I'm screaming, and the guys on my loading dock are cracking up.
Oh my
Finally, I go totally quiet, and the guy goes, "I'm looking for Nick," and I go, "Who's this?" He goes, "This is Brian from our corporate office." He's like, "I need to talk to you about
Oh my God.
You did a routine?
Yeah. Dude, and the whole bit is about flushing drugs.
I felt like the biggest tool. I was like, oh,
no. What you did transcended the toolness, and it was so genius that we're going to give you points for that one.
Yes, they never would have found us.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
We needed that money.
That's hilarious, Nick.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, man. Yeah, the call stuff, I have no problem. I just pretty much, if I do not flat out recognize it, I'd forget it. I'm not answering it. That's it. And even, for a while they were doing the thing that it's a number that looks similar to your number.
Yeah.
I've stopped. That I've become desensitized to. But now the text thing has started to happen more often, and that kind of throws me off. I'm like,
just ignore. Because listen, the mindset is this. If it's really something important and it's really something that's going to impact you, they will contact you in person or they will contact you with a certified piece of mail.
Yeah.
And that's the only way you can really tell.
couple of quick calls, and then we got to break because we got to give away this trip. And I'm going to go to Dan next. Hi, Dan. Morning, bud.
Good morning.
What's happening, my man?
Hey, I got a call from Comcast yesterday saying they're going to save me 15% off my bill.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that sounds great. Then they tell me you got to pay 4 to 6 months up front. I'm like, this doesn't sound right.
Right.
Yeah.
So I get off the phone and I call him back. I was like, hey, can I talk to your supervisor? They say, okay, sure. Same guy gets back on the phone. Like, all right. This is fishy. Like, what's going on here? Why do I have to pay up front? Like, and why do you keep saying you're Comcast instead of Xfinity? Well, we're Comcast Xfinity. Okay, cool. No, I'm going to hang up now. So I hang up and actually call Comcast or Xfinity, and they're like, this is like the third call today we've gotten this. They're going to put you on security block, make sure everything's okay. Like, all right.
Yeah, I mean that's a flat out full on scam.
Yeah.
They're just trying to get you to fork over whatever you can, any cash.
But that goes to the point, call the company directly. Talk to one of the representatives.
Yep.
They'll certainly have it in the system if they're doing something like that.
Yep.
And you never pay anything up front.
But the texts are apparently stepping way up.
I've noticed it.
Yeah, I definitely have. So just make sure, and especially talk to if you have some elderly family members or something like that that might fall for this type of thing, make sure you bring them up to speed on what's going on, and just never ever trust anything that's not straight from your address book.
Absolutely. I got a good piece of advice from a friend of mine who's a Nigerian prince. And he said,
he needed some money first.
Well, you're helping him.
Yeah,
right?
I'm helping him out. He's a good guy. And
You'll make money
he'll be
out of
good
it.
for it. Yeah.
All right. Well, no scam on this, gang. We have a trip to give away to Universal Orlando Resorts. And when we return, we'll tell you what you need to do in order to win this morning. Yet another trip. We have today and tomorrow to go before we wrap this up. So don't miss your opportunity. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Has your busted bracket turned this?
He said, but I was proud of him. He went after it.
Do I get a gold star?
Very proud of you.
I know, but you don't like it because you didn't put it on the refrigerator. So you say things that are not true.
Oh my God.
If you liked it a lot, you would put it on the refrigerator, and you did.
I'm bringing it.
And then you make me feel stupid.
I was so busted from the refrigerator to the trash can. Why is this in here? I was like, oh, that was a mistake. I don't know what happened. It must have come off with some of the other stuff. I'm so sorry.
Oh, my God. I keep that stuff. Kathy throws it away. Jace, come over to my house. We'll appreciate it. Whenever you guys are ready, this is Froggy on MMR. Here we go.
I love nachos. Nachos from 7-Eleven. I know that they're bad for me, but when I eat them, I'm in heaven. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. 7-Eleven nachos. Liquid topping tastes so good. Post-band practice, I buy them. I eat them in Fiona's kitchen. Best worst nachos in the world. They're the only thing I want. 7-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! You would have some if you could. Seven-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! 7-Eleven nachos! I think they taste pretty good. 7-Eleven nachos are like $4.20. That's a funny number, but I should know the price by now, but I really don't. And the cheese is so good, it's all bright orange. Yeah! Oh, nachos! And cheese! Yeah! 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 Wow! 7-Eleven nachos.
I love that. I love the lyric. They taste pretty good.
I love it. And the original recording, I couldn't hear everything where you go, I highly recommend it. I love that. And by the way, you know who's a fan of this band? Nikki freaking Six is a fan of Froggy.
He's our best friend.
I
love that guy.
He wanted a Froggy t-shirt, right? Isn't that the deal? Did you guys get him one?
Oh yeah, we were like, he was like, how much? We were like, do not even worry about it. We're like, for you, it's free.
Yeah, that's
awesome. Oh, my God, that is the best. I love it. So I want to hear, when we ask somebody to do a song for us, to do a jingle or whatever, you never know if they'll go, yeah, right, whatever. But these guys were like, oh, of course, we'll totally do that. So we were totally psyched about that. Did it take a while to come up with something, or was it pretty easy to come to you immediately?
It kind of came to us immediately. We kind of used the riff we had in store. We just didn't know what to put lyrics with it, and we're like, this is the perfect riff to do it with. And we had 2 drafts of the lyrics, but we came up with something good.
Okay.
And yeah, we're really excited.
So the world debut.
Yeah.
And what is the title of the song?
No title
No
yet.
title.
It's the
No
Preston and
title.
Steve
All right.
song.
All right. So I'm excited for this, and I want to make sure we get a good recording of it. This might be our only chance to get it. Unless it ends up on an album.
Sure, in the future we will record it.
All right.
yes.
We appreciate that.
November. I guess it's November now.
It is.
Soon.
By the way, let's check this out, and then we'll find out where any gigs and things like that are coming up. So can we get the Preston and Steve song?
Sure.
All right, let's check this out. Froggy, I'm so excited they're here this morning. These guys, they got heart, man. I love it.
Real
All right,
deal.
whenever you're ready.
We got to have that.
It's Friday. Did you hear that at the end?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's our new Friday anthem if I've ever heard one.
Yeah.
Oh, that was outstanding. I couldn't hear exactly what was being said in the middle there.
The third part was no school for me, Mom. I don't want to go. I just want to listen to the radio.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, no, we need that. Yes.
Old
absolutely.
school angst. I love it.
Love it. We're honored.
You guys have any gigs coming up that we need to be aware of?
New Year's Eve at Philomoka with Colleen Green and Joe Jack Talcum. It's
Okay.
going to be awesome.
Yep, it's our biggest show.
And something early December in the works, not fully planned out yet.
We're
but-
actually taking November off to record a little something.
Yeah, very nice.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Well, will you keep us surprised to what your dates are, and we'll get them out for you, man.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
thank you.
People who love straight up punk are gonna love this this energy that you guys have.
So that New Year's Eve show, all ages show, or
Yep,
is it?
all ages.
Okay. Speaking of ages, how old are we all here? So, Morgan, how old are you?
18.
And Brooke?
I'm 18.
And how about you, Fiona?
17.
All right. 18, and 17 years old.
They're so damn good, though, man. They really are. It's great.
Hey, what are you guys doing the second or third Saturday in May of 2022?
Nothing that I know
guess
of.
we're
all right.
free.
Yeah, just
I'm free.
keep those Saturdays open. Just
Dude, that would be awesome.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
like, what is he talking about? What is
The
second-
barbecue.
Got it.
And them barbecue.
Yeah.
Sometimes it
Have
takes
Froggy.
Well, this morning I quit my job, so I know I'll be over.
Oh, my God. Wait, Brooke, did you quit your job to be here?
Well, not exactly, but today was just the day where everybody was like, do it. Just do it.
Really?
Yeah.
All right,
Like
that's
an
so
hour ago.
punk. That's so punk of you. I love it. And you're wearing a Ween shirt. That's really cool. Have those guys reached out to you at all? Or is it not a Ween shirt?
We've been talking to Gene Ween's son about maybe collaborating on our album. That was a while ago, but I hope he's still interested.
right.
Yeah,
I love Ween so
Ween's
much.
great, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember there was Push Little Daisies.
Yeah.
Was their,
They're out of New Hope, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm a roses are free kind of guy.
I'm a very chocolate and cheese and God Ween Satan girl. Those are my favorites.
Excellent. All right. Well, one of the songs we requested, I got a nice slice of pizza here ready for this, was Pizza Ball.
Oh yeah.
What's the name of your LP or your EP that you have, your album?
Sopa de elote translates roughly to corn soup or corn chowder. I picked something random. I was like, guys, I think this will sound weird. We had no idea what to do. Yeah, we just kind of picked.
I love it.
Corn soup is fine. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get one more song out of Froggy this morning. And whenever you guys are ready, we want to hear Pizza Ball. Woo! Yeah. All right. Let's do this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in live at the Preston Steve Camp Out for Hunger, this is Froggy.
Time to deliver a pizza ball. 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 One time I was 8, my whole family went to the store, and there's this guy Wayne who's making this clam chowder. It was what he was known for, and it tasted so freaking good. I had like 10 bowls of that clam chowder, and I tell you what, I woke up in the middle of the night. And I said, Mom, and I threw up all over the floor. Someone carried me away, and that's all I remember from that night. Yeah! Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a clam chowder ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time to deliver a pizza ball. Time
Yes.
That's awesome.
That's
so great.
I had to shoot the confetti for Froggy in the end. They finally got pyro, man. I love it. You guys are the best. You are so much fun. We love that you're doing just straight up, just in your face pump.
Yeah.
It is the best. And thanks for writing a Preston and Steve show
of course.
song. We'll make sure we have information on them on our social media accounts, and you can check them out. Let's hear it from Morgan and Brooke and Fiona. This is Froggy. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for having us.
You got it.
We love you guys.
We love you.
Rats continue to run rampant in the neighborhood. It's happening in the 3600 block of Germantown Avenue. Residents say the rats are living in a vacant lot that's not being attended to by the owner. Right next to the lot is a barbershop that's owned by DJ DeSinga. He says the rodents are burrowing into the ground and under nearby buildings. He says complaints have been made to the city, but not much has been done about the problem.
Kathy, did you see that the rats actually started a barbershop quartet? It was amazing.
The rats are even finding their way into nearby homes. One resident said it jumped up on my couch and went onto the floor, and it had claws.
Wow.
I would die if that happened to me.
Listen to them. They're beautiful.
Good old days, 20 years from now.
Wait a minute. Can you speed that up?
Oh, my, these will be the good old songs that are on the...
I can't speed it up
Damn
while you're...
it!
Well, no, not while you're actually playing
I
it.
shall work on it so we can get an actual
okay.
depiction of the rat barbershop quartet.
Yes, it would be, journalistically appropriate.
Right.
to
Yeah,
get
I mean,
that
come on
a
now.
little bit more
in
accurate.
part
if we
accurate.
can.
Exactly, Fred. That's why you
Actually,
won that
I
award.
think better than speeding it up would be like pitching it up. You know what I mean?
Well, whatever. Yeah,
Yeah,
somehow or
yeah.
another make it higher. Can you do that? Or
I don't know.
It doesn't
Probably
matter.
not.
These will be the good old
That
days.
just sounds like a key change.
Okay. I'm still.
It's all good.
I'm just playing with it a little
I
bit here.
know.
Listen, it was a threadbare concept to begin with.
You've never produced a rat barbershop quartet before, Casey?
Well, no, but
You
you know
call
what?
yourself a major market producer.
I know. All right, so here's.
He was called the Phil Spector of rat barbershop quartet.
The wall of sound.
So with the cold
Wall of
weather months
cheese. So good.
There's a Grammy. You're getting a Grammy.
It's perfect. Yeah, one more time. One more time.
Oh, my God.
They're good. They're really good.
I never thought I'd start my day off this way.
They don't have much else to do. Rehearse their parts.
Yeah, that's why they're so good.
Well, I'm looking at the video of this, and we saw what we thought was a dead rat on our walk the other day.
No.
And well, it's confirmed. I'm looking at these videos because it wasn't huge, so we
Right.
were like, "Is it a mouse? Is it a rat?" No, it
These,
was a rat.
these are more like like field rats,
Right.
So if you get if you've ever been inside of the
Subway,
subway,
yeah.
you're gonna see much larger rats.
Hello.
my baby. Hello, my
Even better.
It's so good.
Even better.
Those talented barbershop.
That's just
And then they wear the most adorable little white pork pie
Straw hats and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
I'm glad you guys are having fun with this. These poor people in Hunting Park are dealing with all these damn rats.
Kathy, you just have to laugh, and same with these guys.
Yeah.
With the cold weather months approaching, neighbors fear the rats will only get more desperate. DeSinger says that he doesn't know how he can bring people safely into his business if there's rats in the drop ceiling. A spokesperson for the Philadelphia Department of Public Health said officials have been in the neighborhood to inspect the rat issue and are currently working to get into the lot legally. It's unclear when the problem will be resolved.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you
Hello.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime now.
I would go see a show like that for sure. Wow. I had a little adventure yesterday. Do I have time to share a quick story, or should we break?
Yeah, we need to be out. You got plenty of time.
5:42.
I wanted to share this real quick because it's fresh and we'll never get around to it if I don't. But yesterday I went, and I'm not going to say where exactly I went, but I went to a medical appointment.
Right.
Yesterday. It has nothing to do with my butt or my,
No.
none of that. It was
It's
something
more
else.
Botox-ish.
No. But anyway, so I show up for this appointment. It's a new appointment for me. I've never been in this place before, and I need to go and fill out some paperwork ahead of time.
Right.
So they asked me to be there about, 15 minutes before my appointment. I showed
Sure.
up there about 20 minutes ahead of time. I walk into the reception area, and nobody's behind the reception desk.
Huh.
But I could get into that area.
Right.
It was a small little office that you come into, and there's a desk, and then the door that leads back to it was, like I said, it was a medical, so there's exam rooms back there. So I'm standing around, I'm waiting, and I wait about 5-10 minutes. Nobody's coming. And I'm like, okay. And I'm looking around, and I look behind the desk there, and I see a pair of glasses there. I see a glass with a straw in it. I see a pen with some notes written down next to it. I'm like, people have been here. This is
Right.
not, I didn't show up to the wrong places. They have 2 offices. I'm like, okay, I came to the right office. I checked. I made sure. I checked my time. I actually spoke to them shortly before I got there. But yeah, you're going to be here. So I'm like, I know I'm on time. I'm like, what's going on? So I'm like, all right, well, I'll sit down, wait a few minutes, whatever. I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting. And it's just getting closer and closer to my appointment time. And as I'm waiting, an older woman walks in.
MMR.
All right, we have a very cool opportunity for you right now, my friend. Listen closely. I want you to go to PrestonandSteve.com and look through the Universal Photo Hunt Challenge photo gallery, because we have a chance for you to win a trip to Universal Orlando Resorts. And here is your clue. What marine mammal is in one of the photos?
What marine animal in one of the photos?
Even more specific, what marine mammal is in one of the pictures? And do not call now with your answer. We want you to go and see if you can find out the answer first. And then later on during the show, we will ask you to call in, be a designated caller, and answer that question. The correct answer will get you a trip for 2 to Universal Orlando Resort with flights provided by Spirit. Okay? So again,
it's great.
What marine mammal is in one of the pictures? Go to PrestonandSteve.com and check out the Universal Photo Hunt Challenge photo gallery to find out that answer. Later on, we'll ask you to call. And from sending you on a high-speed coaster to putting a towering volcano right outside your hotel room, nobody tests the limits of absolute awesome like Universal Orlando Resort. And we're excited to give yet another trip away today. Let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to get right into it, and we're going to start with this story. This is right out of a movie. 2 Virginia inmates busted out of a jail and headed to a local IHOP after using a toothbrush to dig a tunnel through their cell wall on Monday.
So totally Shawshank.
Yep.
And they end up at the IHOP.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me a little bit of Raising Arizona as well.
Yeah.
There's some movies that definitely tie into this. The prisoners, 37-year-old John Garza and 43-year-old Arlie Nemo, were captured at the Pancake Joint's location about 7 miles away from the Newport News jail that they escaped from hours earlier. Garza and Nemo used primitive-made tools constructed from a toothbrush and metal object to break open their cell wall and access unsecured rebars between the walls. They then used a rebar to break a small hole in the wall and climb through. Once out of the jail, the men scaled the containment wall and made a run for it. They ended up at the International House of Pancakes in Hampton.
I'm sure having sex was second on the list.
Where police arrested them in the early morning hours on Tuesday.
You know how good pancakes are.
Bystanders at the IHOP had noticed the 2 inmates and had called the police. Garza was being held on charges including contempt of court, probation violations, and failure to appear. Nemo was in custody for charges including credit card fraud, credit card larceny, forgery, possession of burglary tools, grand larceny, contempt of court, and probation violation.
So for a short period, they were finding Nemo.
They were. The sheriff said that the inmates exploited a construction design weakness to make their escape, and they got out. Wow. A Florida man slapped his wife in the face with a slice of pizza during an argument in their residence. According to cops, who reported that the alleged crime scene was sauce splattered. Police were dispatched to a residence in Marion County in response to a 911 hang-up, and upon arriving at the home, officers encountered Ortelio Alfonso, who said that he had a verbal altercation with his spouse. The victim, however, said that the dispute turned violent, telling officers that Alfonso grabbed a slice of pizza and slapped her in the face with it. And the woman said the couple had been arguing about the disciplining of their son.
It's not blood, it's marinara.
After being handcuffed and read his rights, Alfonso reportedly admitted striking the victim with the slice of pizza in the face, adding that he threw the pizza.
No.
Did not physically strike the victim with his hands, just with the pizza.
That's a distinction. All right, what type of pizza do you think would make the most formidable weapon? I'm going to go with a deep dish because it has to be in the dish, right?
Yeah, probably. I would say that anything that has like bacon bits on it.
Yeah.
Because those could be kind of sharp.
Yeah.
So who knows? Rick Rodriguez and 3 of his friends were on a 3-week sailing journey. They had started near the Galapagos Islands and were on their way to the French Polynesia. Just shy of 2 weeks into their journey, however, they found themselves in a lifeboat floating in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The boat started to sink after hitting a whale.
Yeah.
And Rodriguez texted his friend, and he said, "Tommy, this isn't a joke. We hit a whale, and the ship went down."
Tommy want wingy.
They drifted for 10 hours before a civilian ship finally rescued them.
Tommy want wingy.
They had a pretty kick-ass lifeboat, though. Did you see what they had?
I didn't.
Yeah, it's a real top level. There was a cover over it. It looked pretty good.
Rodriguez said that he and his friends were eating pizza at about 1:30 when they heard a loud bang. Some 15 minutes later, the boat sank. The friends quickly collected essential supplies like water, food, and documents, and then they scrambled into the lifeboat. Rodriguez, who fortunately still had some charge left in his portable Wi-Fi device, was able to reach out for help, and he told his friend, "Tell as many boats as you can." His friend was a sailor, by the way, and he had also said battery is dangerously low. But
here's a picture of it, Preston.
They managed to get rescued. Yep. All
Yeah.
right. So
Full
they did
cover.
all right.
Yeah.
A 29-year-old who pretended to be a student, this is a follow-up story, at New Brunswick High School in New Jersey, lasted only a week before the school discovered her birth certificate was fake. Haejong Shin's attorney, Darren Gelber, said the Rutgers University graduate knows she made a mistake and that it was her longing for the kinds of friendships she had in high school that made her decide to do it. I feel bad for her.
I'm going out for the field hockey team. What about you girls?
Gelber said...
Anyone have a lighter?
Shin is a South Korean citizen who came to this country alone when she was 16 to attend a private boarding school, and that she missed that kind of atmosphere.
Miss Prescott, can I go to the nurse? I'm having menopause flashes.
Seeking it again at New Brunswick High. Shin's ruse earned her a grand jury indictment and a third-degree offense for false documents and hindering her own prosecution.
It is sort of, it's, you want to recapture that innocence. I get it.
Yeah.
You just can't do it that way.
Can't do it that way.
Go to Floral and Hardy.
Shin and her attorney are hoping that she'll be accepted into the pretrial intervention program and serve no time. Police had earlier released a statement which said in part of its investigation that nothing had revealed that Shin's intentions for enrolling were to bring harm or violence to the student, staff, or faculty.
Couldn't they just make it right? I won't pretend to be a student 50 times on the chalkboard.
Gelber says once this is resolved, however it is resolved, after 13 years in the United States, she wants to return to South Korea. Her next court date
She made the right choice.
is pending.
Of the Koreas.
Yeah. All right, and then finally, we will do one more story and wrap it up. Let's end with this one. A kidnapping victim escaped from the trunk of his own car after police said the suspects crashed into a home in Seattle Thursday morning. Officers found a vehicle on fire just after 5 a.m. after it slammed into a home. Witnesses told police a man climbed out of the fiery vehicle after the collision. Brooks Miro saw the car begin to smoke after the crash. He got his children and dog out of the house as a fire began to spread at the corner of their home. A neighbor, Cheng Yu, said, then we heard screaming, and I think it was them trying to scream for help. The 63-year-old male victim he helped the 63-year-old male victim across the street. said he was beat up pretty bad. They had cut his face with a knife and beat him up badly.
Where's the closest IHOP?
The victim reported that he was assaulted by several suspects, bound and placed in the trunk of his own vehicle. The Seattle Fire Department extinguished the fire and treated the victim for non-life-threatening injuries, and he was taken to the hospital. No suspects have been found. By the way,
I know most vehicles, right? I'm just assuming incorrectly that inside a trunk there is a release. Most vehicles these days have a release to open up the trunk if you're in the inside.
Yeah.
When did that become available? I mean, I'm sure there are cars on the road now that predate that, right?
Yeah, I want to say it was because I remember stories in the mid 90s of that happening. So I think around then it seems like that might have been it.
Yeah, all of the new cars have it. And the reason I know that is because I took Jason and his friends to the car show and they were locking themselves in the trunks and trying to get out, see who could get out.
Hilarious.
So they were finding the latches in all of the trunks.
That's a kid. I would probably do that too.
I would have done that for sure, without question. All right, and there you go. That's the bizarre file for you. I'll mention this one more time. The clue that we are passing along, do not call in now for it. Listen later on. But with the Preston and Steve trip a day to Universal Orlando Resort photo hunt contest, what marine mammal is in one of the pictures? All right, so go find that out. Hang on to that answer. Later on, we'll ask you to call in with it, and we're going to give away a trip for two to Universal Orlando Resort with flights provided by Spirit. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. Don't drunk text your ex.
And she had a little bit of an accent. She's like, well, they told me to call ahead.
Right.
And I call and it says they're closed. And I go, yeah, well, nobody's here. She had kind of like, I can't do a Russian accent, but it was kind of like
I had the appointment.
Well, not that bad. But anyway.
I called on the phone for to be here to get teeth looked at, and that comment nothing.
All right, so.
Who are you? With your Mr. Lyle Lovett hairdo.
So anyway, she's standing there. She's.
And on weekends, travel to capital city and watch your ladies while they make a toilet.
So she's calling, and she's like, I'm going to call again. And she
is that
calls,
okay with you, pretty boy?
While she's calling, the phone is ringing on the other side of the reception desk, and it goes to the voicemail, and it says they're closed. And so we're standing around. And I'm like, well, I don't know what to do. I'm like, I'm going to wait around for a few more minutes, and if they're not here, I'm going to leave.
But you saw like a cup, like
there were clearly signs. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, it looks like they left in a hurry. I'm like, because they left stuff laying out, and I'm like,
did you start CSIing the site?
Well, I said, I hope it wasn't an emergency or something like that. And she's like, I don't know. And I go, yeah. And I go, because look, and I started pointing out the evidence. The more I think about it, I'm like, well, maybe something did happen.
Did you slide the pencil into the barrel of the gun?
And the more I thought about it, I'm like, well, maybe something's going on back there.
Oh, wow. Now you're like, so you do these escape rooms, so now you're doing something.
I may need Mission Impossible.
Okay,
Casey, if you don't mind, because says that, and then she goes, well, if I could, I would go back there.
I would go back to the rooms.
And I go, well, I could go back there. So we slid a chair over.
You climbed through the window?
And I climbed up over the top of the desk. Now listen, they don't know this.
Oh yeah.
And they know who I am, and they're hearing this on the radio now. So I jump up on top of the desk. And if they have security camera footage, they'll see this.
Oh, we want to see that.
So I jump over the desk. Right. And as I'm going back into the offices, I swear to God, this is what I'm thinking, Steve. If I round the corner, I might see dead bodies.
God, dude. You don't know.
I might see, there may have been a crime committed here.
Or
I don't know. So
you might see some whoopee.
No. I wasn't expecting that. Or I'm going to be the hero because somebody's being held hostage at gunpoint.
Yeah.
And I'm going to come in and I'm going to save
Russian
the
lady,
day.
go take care of it.
So I kid you not, I started thinking about my Krav Maga training.
Oh, my God.
You got ready.
And I got ready and I jump over and I'm going, and I swear to God, I'm crouched down like this.
God, I hope they had surveillance video.
So that I would be able to move.
Be safe, hero.
Quickly if I needed to. And I'm like, I've got my back against the wall, and I'm turning and I'm peeking around corners. And I'm going, hello? Hello? And I'm looking around and doing this whole thing. Now, where the big mistake in my training that I didn't do is I didn't grab some type of a
Something?
weapon,
Yeah.
some type of thing that I might have
Like
needed.
the
But
straw.
I literally am looking, and I'm like, okay, like the FBI would, I would, quickly look at it and just move over the other way. And I walk through.
Morning show host, identify yourself.
It's okay. I'm a broadcaster.
This is the point in the horror movie where you're like, why would he do that? Why doesn't he just leave?
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that, Kathy. You're right. There's a demon.
Well, you
in the
want to try to
hallway.
save the hostages.
So I'm picking it, and there's like 7. It's a lot bigger than I thought it was back there. There's all kinds of rooms that I'm going through, and I'm looking.
The hell is this?
And eventually I see the office is at the end of the hallway, and I'm like, anything's going on, it's down there.
That's the room.
That's where they've got him.
There's a glow coming out from under the door.
And I'm thinking, I literally am thinking there's going to be a guy with his arm around someone with his hand over their mouth and a gun to their head or a knife to their throat. And I circle around and I look and I see that there's nobody there. And I'm like, clear, So, and right
And was
about,
the Russian woman behind you?
no, she stayed
got-
in the waiting room. She stayed in
Don't
the waiting
worry,
room.
I have your 6.
And so what I should have done is open the door so she should come in. She could come in and
Thank you.
come and have my 6. But anyway, so I finally there was one other area I didn't go to, which was like it was like a closet. These doors, and I'm like, man, the bodies are in there. And I open it up. No, it's a giant nitrous tank.
Treasure.
I couldn't find anything.
You were back there for very long. What happened?
Nothing. I was looking.
It's a giant nitrous tank, and right then, I hear, come back, come back, come back. I hear the lady yelling for me.
Help!
She's like, no. She's like, someone's coming. I'm like, I'm busted, man. She's like, because I thought they were gonna be in the room when I got out there. She's like, no, I saw them go by the door because it had a glass, a glass out into the hallway, and there was another entrance to the back of the office back that way. She's like, I saw them go by.
Quickly.
So I come running back, and as I step back, they're making their way back into behind the desk, and I look up on the desk. And there's a giant footprint from where I stepped. And I casually walk over, Kathy, and I put my hand on, I'm like, hey, how you guys doing? And I'm wiping it off.
Clean it off.
I'm talking to him. Never said a word about it.
And they saw you on the other side of the divider?
It was like I was waiting in the room the whole time where I was supposed to be. And they were just running late. They had another thing they had to go do. And so,
what did the Russian lady say?
I thought about telling them. I thought about saying, but I went creeping around in their office.
Yeah, nah, just leave
But
it.
it was the best intention. I thought I was
You
going
were
to be
worried.
saving the day.
It is kind of weird to not unless, did they say it was an emergency of some sort? They knew they had an appointment. Why not leave a little sign back in 5 minutes?
I don't know.
Maybe
I didn't
it was
ask.
lunch and they were.
No, it wasn't lunch.
No?
They had to go to the hospital or something was going on. But anyhow, you should have seen me. I was crouched down.
Oh, that's great.
I was crouched down like this. I was in the mode, and it was very surreal. But
That's amazing.
that was a bit of an adventure, yes.
So that would have been great if they walked in.
Oh
you
my
come
God.
back. You've
What
got
was I
the
gonna
nitrous
do,
tank.
man?
You've got the nitrous tank on your arm.
Yeah.
You've got some of the tranquilizers and
And you and the Russian lady are.
I didn't see anything.
Yeah. I didn't know how I was going to explain it
Oh,
if
man,
they
that's
came
funny.
walking in. But I had the best of
Listen,
intentions.
the place was empty. I'm going to save them.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, it was a great day. Bella Hadid is getting real about her mental health. The 25-year-old model shared a raw post Tuesday saying that her life isn't as picture perfect as it may seem.
Who's this again, Preston? I'm sorry.
This is Bella Hadid.
Bella Hadid.
Is that your favorite Hadid?
I vastly,
Oh, come
last
on.
week was a Gigi week.
No way.
I have to admit it.
It's got to be.
I know Yolanda.
Yolanda Hadid.
No,
Well, that's the mom, right?
No.
No?
Now you're making fun of this legitimate thing here.
Which one lives?
Where do you stand?
One lives in the area, right?
Gigi's are
I think two
local,
of them.
right?
I think the mom and the daughter live here.
Well,
Which
I have
daughter?
nothing against Yolanda.
Which daughter, Kat?
Who's
Bella
the-
or
It's Gigi.
Bella or Gigi?
Who just had the baby?
Gigi.
Gigi.
So
I'm
she
going to say it
shared,
one more time. Gigi.
she shared a video of Willow Smith that resonated with her. In it, Smith talked about her insecurities and not feeling good enough. Hadid had also included a gallery of selfies of herself crying and a candid caption about her mental health.
I'm so tired of on YouTube, not YouTube, on TikTok and Instagram videos of people filming themselves crying.
Oh, that's not the first thing you think to do when you're
the crying reaction. Yeah, no, I don't do that.
Yeah, I'd like to keep that kind of person.
Yeah, and remember the mom who was busted with the
man.
kid in the front seat?
Trying to make her kid
Trying to
cry.
make the kid cry?
Yep.
There was I just watched one of somebody crying. And I was like, oh God, here we go.
Knock it off.
Another one. But wait, she was opening her own boutique. And that's why she was crying.
She
She was
was
like,
happy?
this has been a long road, and it's finally here, and I'm so happy to bring this to you guys because now you can shop all of my clothes in person.
Let's check in a year when she's crying when it fails.
My clothes.
Mhm.
I was like, what is this?
Hey, a lot of small businesses.
I know.
Statistically. All right, well, anyway.
Not mine. My boutique is going great guns.
Hadid wrote, I love you and your words. It made me feel a little less alone, and that's why I'd like to post this. So she was commenting on a video of Willow Smith. Hadid reminded followers that they are not alone and there is always light at the end of the tunnel. She said, this is pretty much my everyday, every night for a few years now. Social media is not real.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, for anyone struggling, please remember that. Sometimes all you've got to hear is that you're not alone. So from me to you, you're not alone. I love you. I see you and I hear you.
Oh, it's just like the Na'vi in Avatar.
I see you.
Yeah.
Self-help and mental illness chemical imbalance is not linear, and it's almost like flowing roller coaster of obstacles.
Okay, now she's losing me.
Ups and downs and size to size. Listen, people obviously, struggling with
depression.
Depression is a real thing. It's terrible. But you've got conflicting things here. Social media is not real, she writes. Anyone struggling? Listen, you can find support on social media, but you can also find exactly what is pushing you down.
And
You know
pushing
what I
your
mean?
buttons. It is a construct. And and we've said before, initially, when it had a much more benevolent, at least to me, it felt that way in the early, hey,
hooking
you're
people
on
up.
this too, hey.
Yeah.
And there is a very, very destructive part of social media now. If you're going to be on it, know the difference and don't let the heavy stuff bring you down, man.
She wrote,
Right,
anyways,
Yolanda.
not sure why, but it feels harder and harder to share my truth on here. Thank you for seeing me, and thank you for listening. I see you. I love you.
So look at this picture here on Instagram. You had to hold the camera.
All right, what we're looking at is a picture of her crying. It's a close-up of her tears. She's looking away, and I mean, that looks like a posed photograph.
Yeah, it does.
I have never cried and been like, hold on, let me get my phone.
I got an update to the new OS. 1 second here. Wait a second. Why is this thing going through?
Wait, the flash is on.
How do you flip the camera? Can't flip the camera.
You have to angle it just right.
I mean, this is ridiculous. This is.
The light isn't right. Wait 1 second.
I need another one. Hold on.
Can you come take this for me, please?
Yeah, that's not what I'm thinking about when I'm crying.
Yeah.
Seriously.
She keeps opening the wrong app that looks like the app for the phone.
No, that's not the Instagram. No, that's
If you thought that Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga looked like a couple in love at the 2019 Oscars, it's because they planned it that way. I know that she has already said that, but he is finally saying something. He was talking to the Hollywood Reporter on Wednesday, and he had said that he wanted the performance to mimic the scene in the movie in order to help him manage his own fears about singing live. So I get it. Yeah,
absolutely.
He's playing a role.
And by the way,
he is in front of a bunch of musicians. Because it was, I'm sorry, it was at the Oscars.
At the Oscars, it's in front of the world, basically.
Yeah,
he's singing this song. They obviously have a very strong friendship.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. So it's friends, lovingly.
Traffic on WMMR.
Real quick, got a text about that song Daylight from John Down. Somebody texted and said, you guys should really see my 2-year-old sing every word to Daylight.
I'd love to see that.
This song, him, the meaning of this song, I love you, Colson, love Dad. And then it says Leon from Salem, New Jersey. So isn't that sweet? Leon.
Kid's got a great voice. No, yeah, that is a beautiful song. It just is an ultimate inspiration.
Real quick, couple of shout-outs and plugs and things like that. I got this email, missed it by a day, but this is from Paul Huffman. Sent me a lengthy email about his experience at Cardboard Classic, how much fun it was, and his wife wore the wrong boots and they fell apart while she was there, and they had to go buy some new ones. And by the time they came back, they had gotten there early, but by the time they came back, the place was mobbed. Anyhow, he would like to request a 60th birthday juicy shout out for my beautiful Irish lass, Kathy. March 22nd. She's truly the love of my life. He says, I listen every day because I work from home. MMR is my extended family. Excuse me. And I thank you all for what you do. And then he writes, lastly, Nick, it was me that wanted to bring you guys tomato pie. And now I completely understand how that would not have worked at the Cardboard Classic. I also apologize because it was me that called to you while you were reporting the Cardboard Classic at the finish line. And I said, hey, Nick, tomato pie. Probably completely took you off guard. My apologies. Anyway, thanks again for letting me write and for entertaining us all with your show. Amana Puya, he writes at the end there. So a shout out real quick.
You know,
what do you? I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you remember the guy saying tomato pie?
I do, and he had offered it up, which was really nice. And I do love tomato pie. So thank you, Paul. And honestly, like, I think maybe it was his first Cardboard Classic, but he was just trying to coordinate it.
He was by us too, so he started by us, and you were at the halfway point, and the nicest guy offering up the box, and like we just, I look at my fingers. It's so generous, so wonderful, but we got a couple things going on.
And he wanted to do something nice for the show, so I appreciate that, Paul. And we'll set up a tomato pie exchange another time.
Yes,
You know?
Very good. Then a little bit of a plug-a-rooney. Super fan Cast Iron Kyle, who comes out to all of our events and emails and texts all the time. He wanted me to mention this, and I have no problem doing this. He said, I finally got my first gig in the food world because he does these cast iron pans. He sells them. He said, I'm super excited. I'm going to be the judge at the Boston Hot Sauce Festival. And I've decided to bring along some pickles from the Fishtown Pickle Project, including your collab, to give out to my friends up north at no charge. So he just wanted me to mention the Boston Hot Sauce Festival. And if you happen to be headed up that way, it's bostonhotsaucefest.com.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he actually just started doing something. I think he just started doing it. It's kind of cool. I haven't seen anything like this, where he takes like old silverware and he bends them into turns them into rings.
I'm down with that as well.
Pretty cool looking.
Yeah, that's been around for a while.
Yeah,
I remember that back in the day. But
Preston, you got to form a band for the summer, the Philadelphia Pickle Project.
Yeah, start a band?
Yeah, because I mean, it just it's a perfect name.
It is.
It used to be the Chicago Transit Authority, right?
It's a lot like that. Yeah. You're right. Okay, we'll work on that. Maybe my group that we played down at the shore,
just
5 times famous, we'll change it to Fishtown Pickle Project. All right, so this one says, hey, Preston, can I get a shout out for Pat and Steve at CP Printing Solutions in Ivyland, PA for donating all the printed material for the 26th annual Morris Animal Refuge Furball Gala.
That's tomorrow night.
Small husband and wife ran print shop, and they're the hardest workers I know. And that's from John Bodor, who wants a shout out for that.
So I'm emceeing the event. Normally we'd have them in, but it actually, it's at the Franklin. It's sold out instantly. You know, the Franklin is a wonderful place. And, of course, the Morris
Franklin
Animal
Institute?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So
that's tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night. And I'll be wearing a tuxedo for that.
Very good. Here's the one that says, hey, Preston and Steve, I would like to give a shout out to my dad, who has been a fan even after we moved out of Pennsylvania, and he has listened to you guys for most of his life. So can you give a shout out to my dad, Brad Smith, who lives in New Hampshire? So this is for Brad, and that is from Connor. And then a couple non-shout outs, but just acknowledgments here. This is from Allie Smith, who is from Bucksco, by the way. And she said, greetings, Preston and Steve crew, longtime listener, first-time emailer. I'm writing from day 7 of a 30-day, 150-plus mile trek to Everest Base Camp.
Whoa. Wow.
And the surrounding area.
Oh, she's got to keep in touch with us.
And I wanted to say thank you for keeping me entertained on the trail. Whenever I need to pick me up to get over the next ridge, I pop in my headphones and listen to the show. Thanks for keeping my spirits high as the air gets thin. You guys rock. Now, I was sent this last week. I didn't get a chance to get to it. It was a week ago, last Thursday. So hopefully she's doing okay and is there by now.
And I'm sorry, how many days and how many miles?
7-day, 300. She was on day 7 of a 30-day, 150-plus mile trek.
You can do base camp not easily isn't the right word, but the summiting Everest is next to impossible. And 1 out of 4 people who try to do it die. So it's not on my bucket list at all. However, at some point in my life, I'd really like to visit base camp.
Nick, all I want to be able to do is to see it in the horizon, even. And that would be enough. I'm so amazed and fascinated by all the lore and the stories and the history. They would just be breathtaking to see that. But, they'll go up to that first base and live there for a couple of weeks to climatize.
Yeah.
It's such an elaborate process.
So that's from Allie Smith, and she says, I'll try to let out a hearty yoo-hoo when I get to the Everest-based camp for
Don't cause
y'all.
an avalanche.
No, yoo-hoo. So
give you a good one
that's
here
what she's going to do. So she'll throw one of those out there. And then the last one I have, and this is, he sent me something for the City Beat, which we're not going to do today. So maybe tomorrow, I don't know if we'll have a chance to mention it or not. But it's from an old friend of ours. And it was, and I'm just so happy that he's still listening to the show. Our buddy Kevin from 7 Seconds in Kevin.
Oh, we love 7 Seconds in Kevin. A good friend of ours from the Keenan's broadcast.
The early days of the Keenan's live broadcast. Kevin, who I think lost a lot of weight over the years.
He did lose a lot of weight.
But he had packed on a lot of weight, and we did a contest where if you got the answers incorrect, you had to do 7 seconds in Kevin, and Kevin wore like butt floss or something like that, and would essentially put his ass cheeks on your face for 7 seconds, and he was hilarious.
He was great.
So I was so happy to hear from Kevin. This Kevin Mason, by the way. So, buddy, thanks for reaching out. I appreciate that, and I will use your story maybe tomorrow. We'll see about that. All right, I wanted to point something out.
All right.
That Kevin Gunn had noticed the other day. So he's kind of the noticer. We're not doing the noticer right now, but
it's a sub-noticer?
And I told it to Marissa, and she did indeed find this. But there is a TV commercial for the Philadelphia Orchestra, all right? And you know what these? It shows dramatic shots of the orchestra and the conductor, and they're playing this music, and it's at the Kimmel Center, and looks really, really cool. And you see these big flashy graphics that pop up, and they say, it's astounding, the New York Times.
Right. Better than Cats.
Amazing. Well, listen to this. Amazing performance, The Guardian. And then another one says, something, a wonderful experience, an out-of-body experience, Vogue.
Yeah.
And then the very last graphic that pops up, huge, says, the greatest orchestra in the world, the Preston and Steve Show.
Wow.
Wow. I did not know that.
I kid you not. It's the New York Times. It's the Guardian.
I've seen this commercial.
It's Vogue. It's a bunch of other publications that are worldwide in Germany and Scotland and all this. And the very last one, the greatest orchestra in the world.
What?
And underneath it says the Preston and Steve Show.
That's hilarious.
I think I know how this happened. I think when we were in London, do you remember we spoke to the conductor of the Philadelphia Orchestra because they were going to be playing at Albert Hall?
Yes.
And we had him
He was
on.
great, by the way.
No, it wasn't when we were there.
It wasn't?
They were in London.
They were
there.
No, actually, we found out they were back by a couple of days, but they had been there.
It was when the Queen died.
Yes, that was it.
Yeah.
And I believe one of us must have said, you are the greatest orchestra in the world.
I would imagine
I think it was me, actually, because I talked about the history and the fact that they're a worldly known good orchestra, and had been playing around the world. The Philadelphia Orchestra was the orchestra for Fantasia in 1940,
Right.
and so there's a long and storied history of this orchestra, and so we started lauding them and talking about how great they are and how lucky we are to have them in Philadelphia. So that's really cool. What a
Isn't
nice,
that awesome?
Yeah, what a nice thing.
So we made it into their TV spot.
That's cultured stuff.
Yeah, it
But
is.
they are really phenomenal, and that interview was a lot of fun too. Because listen, it was around a sober sort of event, the death of the Queen, but there was a lot of pageantry involved with that.
Yeah. So I was. I'm gonna count that as a feather in the cap.
That's pretty cool,
right there. I think that's awesome. And by the way, Marissa brought in the bobblehead of the director, of the conductor, Yannick Nizet Seguin. I'm not sure if that's specifically how you
I think
pronounce
you're close
his name.
enough. He looks like a little bit like Ray Fiennes in the menu in that.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this bobblehead that we have here. So interesting.
Real quick. The term feather in the cap.
Yes.
Where's that come from?
Well, I
stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni.
Yeah, probably.
Remember that.
Yankee. I don't know if I think it would probably predate that because it's included in the lyrics of the song.
Yeah.
I have to look that up.
I think probably Jesus.
It's funny that
a lot of that goes back to Jesus.
Yankee Doodle Dandy was supposed to be an absolute insult.
Yeah. Absolutely.
To us.
Like a boo.
Yeah. Not only are you a Yankee, you're a Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Yeah.
And you were so stupid that and macaroni, I think, was a term for like pageantry or maybe medals or show off or something like that, and stuck a feather. I don't know.
The Confederate Army used to do a thing where they chant a thing about sticky.
Yeah.
And
did you say, "Give me some of that sticky"?
Yeah.
My dad used to sing me that on my birthday every day, every year. Every day on my birthday.
It's your birthday. You're like Frosty the Snowman.
Happy birthday. All right, so feather in the cap means something you can be proud of.
Yeah.
It's an idiom, an achievement, an honor that someone can be proud of. But, where did that come from? What's the derivation?
Because you have like a cool bathroom read.
I do, yeah.
That has stuff like that.
Yeah, it's origins of phrases.
You forget them, though.
Like giving an answer, like jaywalking would be one, and that is people who essentially just walked in the middle of the street who were, when towns were smaller, more people, there were more rural people, and they would come into the town and not know that you needed to stay out of the street because that's where the vehicles rode, and they akined it to a bird, like a jay that would just be walking in the middle of the road, and so they called that jaywalking. So
how about that?
Little things like that. Maybe we'll do the originer.
The originer.
And I'll,
yes. I love that.
But right now, we need to open up the store.
Oh.
Right now, I have some things for
It's
sale.
completely
y'all.
different.
Yeah, we're headed to the general store this morning.
It's time for another one. Oh, wait, that's not the right one.
It's time for the proprietor, Preston Elliott, to come to the front of the store.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
Welcome you on into the general store.
Wow.
Oh.
I'm doing two at once. I'm screwing around. The biggest store in the world, I think we can say, right?
I would have to say so.
The greatest orchestra and the biggest store in the world.
We're first going to go to the automotive section because the Chevrolet Camaro is going out of production. They're going to stop making them.
I have always been a Camaro fan. My wife had 2 Camaros in her life.
I had 2 as well. I had a 1989 Camaro. I love that car. And then I had, when did I buy that last? 95, I think, is when I bought that. But yeah, I've been a Camaro guy, and they're going to get rid of them. GM said Wednesday it will stop making the current generation early next year.
I don't like it.
The future of the car is a bit murky, though, because GM says another generation may be in the works down the road. The vice president of Chevrolet said, while we are not announcing an immediate successor today, rest assured this is not the end of the Camaro's story. The current 6th generation Camaro, which was introduced in 2016, has done well on the racetrack, but sales have been trailing off in recent years. When the current generation Camaro came out that year, they sold 72,000 of them. By the end of 2021, that number fell almost 70% to 21,000, and it rebounded a bit last year for about 24,000.
If there was one complaint I would have about the current and one of the more recent models is up on the screen here in the studio. The earlier versions were a little bit more streamlined and sleek. They added a bit of body bulk to the more recent Camaros. Still look sexy.
They were going back to like the 1968
right.
look of Camaros with this particular one. It was a nod to that, which I think I thought that was the coolest looking Camaro myself as a 68.
What's the difference between a Camaro, and I'm talking about the 80s era Camaro, and an IROC? Were they different cars?
Yes.
Trim, right?
No, I thought it was engine based.
Okay.
Because IROC stands for International Race of Champions.
Right.
And
also that you just rock.
And you just rock.
IROC Z.
And I thought that it was the Z28. That's what had the beefier engine. My buddy Danny had a Z. Man, that thing hauled ass. Oh my God, was that car fast. He also had a Vet before that. He had like a 1980 Corvette. But you know what, Nick? That's a good question. I always thought the IROC had more performance.
I guess it was a model within the Camaro family. So
yes,
the Chevrolet Camaro IROC Z.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. Now
Well,
you're
then-
talking about a mofo.
So, and I've talked about this before on the show, but what if they didn't just model the Camaro after what the 68 looked like, but actually built a brand new Camaro that looked like the
exactly like it.
Exactly like
So
it. They just had all the interior trimmings of newer
They
vehicles.
kind of did the well. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. They kind of did. They got very close. I think, like with the Charger, different company, but
Charger Challenger.
Yeah,
those,
I mean, they really wanted to appeal to the people who love that design. And you know what? When they did the Thunderbird, they kind of got it close aesthetically.
Well, now they have the Hellcat, right? And is the Hellcat the Challenger or the Charger? I think it's a Charger.
I believe it's a Charger. Yeah, Hellcat is a mofo. That's
It's
what
like an $80,000 vehicle.
Yeah, that's what you see in Fast and Furious. Yeah, that's what I think Dom drives it a lot.
I like that
It's
line
about
in the song
forever.
where he goes like, he lives on my block and he drives an IROC. He doesn't know who I am.
Right.
What is that? Oh, man.
Oh, Teenage Dirtbag?
That's it. Yes.
Yeah.
Wheatus.
Yeah. So anyhow, GM said the last of the 2024 model year of the cars will come off the assembly line in Lansing, Michigan in January. If GM revives the Camaro, most likely it would be electric. That's the assumption that it is. In fact, GM has said that it plans to sell only electric passenger vehicles worldwide by 2035. So we'll see if that's going to happen or not. Case, I'm sorry, I need a tissue, dude. My nose is running right now, and this is going to be disgusting if I don't wipe this up. All right, so anyway, thank you, brother.
I'll give you one more.
Brian is snotting big time.
All right.
Casey, can you tie his shoes too?
Shut up.
Wow.
Listen.
Wow, man.
The tissues are across the room.
That came
I
out of
can
left
walk
field.
away from the microphone. He's got him right there.
Make sure he goes potty, please. I don't want to mess in here.
You should thank my mom for those tissues because she gave me a box of tissues when I got a car. And she's like,
That's a lot of hate coming at you there,
put
Chris.
Put these in the console, and you always have tissues. I'm like, okay, thanks.
Why don't you
Mom.
leave me alone, old woman?
Thanks, mommy.
So the push to sell more electric vehicles makes it likely that all new muscle cars will be powered by batteries, but there's still a mixed combustion battery fleet on sale in 2030 or 2040. Some gas-powered muscle cars could survive if there is still combustion battery and battery fleet.
I'd be curious to see if they
still
can
available.
make. They've got to up the power grid to if there's a lot of. I mean, it's just woefully inadequate to handle a lot of what's out
Of
there.
the electric vehicles?
The electric grid, yeah.
I have a question about electric vehicles. We do have a one of our vans. We have a Pacifica that is hybrid gas, hybrid and gas electric.
Right, those are great.
Gas hybrid electric.
Right,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah, you're right.
A gas electric hybrid. Jesus.
Gas
All right.
hybrid electric.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway,
Okay.
That's what it's been come to know now.
so when you pull up to charging stations,
Yeah.
in parking lots, and you plug in, is that free? Is that complimentary?
No. Well,
So
I
you
mean,
do charge?
maybe here at
charge for the charge.
we have charging stations here.
You have to have an account. And different cars have different charging stations.
Okay, so-
Tesla has proprietary charging stations. So if you couldn't plug your car into a Tesla station.
Okay, but what about like at there's a giant grocery store
You pay.
near us? You do pay?
Yeah.
Use
Yeah.
credit card?
Yeah.
There used to be one, and might still be one, over at Tubala, and my parents had a hybrid for a stretch, and I would have to plug in, and I had an account set up,
Okay.
so I could just wave my card in front of it. But
Figured that was the case.
But
Yeah,
do you
couldn't just
charge
plug
the
in.
hybrid, or is it okay? You can charge it as well. Okay. The way you do it, by the way, for yours, you actually pour gas into the machine.
I do not.
And
Oh,
the electricity will
that's
come
weird.
out.
No.
So there's a brand new Wawa that's on the downside, whatever, of the Platte Bridge, and they have a huge bank of charging stations
It's
there.
enormous.
Dude, and it's always full of cars.
Yeah,
Every single
sure.
time I drive past there, I'm like, oh, every single one of those charging stations is taken up.
So even at the quickest, you're looking at what, about like a 15-minute turnaround?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just saw a text that was talking about me messing up speaking. It said, words are hard.
They are.
It's true. Let me go to Mario real quick. Mario, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Oh, Rizm, Kism, Aberism.
Ozempic. What's up, bud?
All right, so listen, here's the deal. The Camaro,
Yes.
right? The Camaro is a Camaro. You can buy a Z28 Camaro. You can also buy an IROC Z Camaro.
Okay.
So it is the trim package, and it just includes certain different things.
Okay, so the
Hellcat-
IROC comes with the trim package, but a Z28, that has to do with performance.
The Z28 has the 8-cylinder motor in it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a trim as well.
Okay.
Right, exactly. And the IROC, it has all the package, the same package as the Z28 plus some. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
All right,
absolutely.
and then you were going to mention the Hellcat?
Yeah, so the Hellcat, you can buy a Hellcat Charger or a Hellcat Challenger. I'm pretty sure you can even buy a Hellcat Durango. The Hellcat is the option for the real big 6.4 Hemi. I could be off on the dimensions, but it's a real big, like 400 cubic inch motor. That's like the 707 rated horsepower motor that you can have plopped into a lot of Dodge platforms. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They also announced the other day that their final one to roll off, the Hellcat, is going to be 1,000 horsepower.
Jesus.
I wouldn't put it past if
It's
you
insane.
put a supercharger on that existing Hellcat, that 707, it would probably do it. My wife has a Jeep Grand Cherokee with the 5.7 Hemi in it.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That thing's a bullet, let me tell you.
No kidding.
So,
All right, thanks, bud.
Hey, also, real quick, feather in the cap. Dates back to back in the day in Asia, Europe, and with Native Americans. The higher-ups used to adorn their headgear with feathers as if to signify victories over their enemies.
All right. There we go. Well, listen, this is a wealth of information. By the way, how do you get rid of a yeast infection?
Plethora of useless knowledge like my Uncle Lou. You know what I mean?
Well, then, Mario, let me ask you this. Because Dodge's twin companion was the Plymouth, and then the Chevrolet twin companion was the Pontiac. Do they make Plymouths and Pontiacs anymore?
They don't make Pontiacs anymore. I don't think that they make Plymouths anymore. But I will say that you know how it used to be a Dodge Ram?
Yeah.
Yes.
It is not a Dodge Ram anymore. It is just a Ram.
Really?
Yeah, they subsidize their truck line because because all of the other vehicles were overshadowing the success of the Dodge Ram. They put the Dodge Ram out on their own just to show that they're actually, selling a bunch of trucks and not losing money as a company.
All right, a couple of things. You can cure a yeast infection, Marissa says, with cranberry juice.
Okay.
Awesome.
Second
What,
off,
you on your period?
so I had a Pontiac, and I had two Dodge Darts, and I had a Pontiac Le Mans. Do you remember those?
I do.
Super powerful. Yeah.
I had an 89 Pontiac Le Mans I bought for $400. The pregnant roller skate.
I tell you what, my mother, that was my mother's car, Preston. And
Thanks,
my
Mario.
father would be like, why do you want a car that to go to the supermarket and stuff? She wanted it. And then when she was not using it, I got it. And it was amazing.
Hey, real quick, though, I want to go to Ken, and then we're going to move on to something else. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Not much. Going back to the charging stations.
Yes.
In the giant supermarkets, the charging stations are free. And going to the Hellcat with the big motor, you actually have to sign a waiver that you're driving a street legal dragster.
Wow. Oh, yeah, and it comes with an optional parachute.
What?
Wow.
If you want, sure. And wings.
It's an optional parachute. I kid
Jesus
you not.
Christ.
And I think that's more for show
Yeah,
than
just a
anything.
boast, too.
Wow. All right. Thanks, Ken. Appreciate it. All right. So.
All right. Thanks.
I'll have to verify those charging stations. Are free.
So like if you go over to, say, you're in Manioc, and there's the public parking, and there's a couple of charging stations, you're charged for those.
Okay.
You're charged for the charge.
All right. Let me see. I have something else, and I probably should. Let's go back. Let's go to the music section. I should have done this after we talked about the Philadelphia Orchestra using our quote in their TV commercial, because this has to do with classical music. 5 locks of Ludwig van Beethoven's hair have been used to help uncover information about the German composer's health. Beethoven, who died in 1827, notably had several health problems and wanted his favorite physician, Dr. Johann Adam Schmidt, to give the public information on the disorder that caused his hearing loss. Well, Schmidt ended up dying 18 years before Beethoven did.
This is the Schmitter.
But nearly 2 centuries later, researchers were able to study the composer's health and publish their peer-reviewed study in Current Biology. Scientists were able to obtain 8 locks that were believed to be the musician's hair through private collections, and through DNA analysis, they determined 5 of the locks belonged to a single European male that they say was Beethoven. Yes, locks.
Yeah.
Head or pube? These are a head, I assume.
Okay.
They then attempted a genomic analysis to determine what caused the health issues that plagued his life and his career, including a hearing loss issue and gastrointestinal problems. They were unable to exactly pinpoint the cause of those issues, but during their research, They found he had a hepatitis B infection that started at least 3 months before his death. And the researchers say the hepatitis infection, genetics, and alcohol consumption contributed to the severe liver disease, which led to his death. So I guess he was a big boozer.
His hearing loss occurred when?
He was...
I'm thinking most of his life, right?
Not most of his life. He was in his 20s. He started to experience hearing loss. So they also made another unexpected discovery. Beethoven's Y chromosome, the chromosome that determines the sex of a male human, did not match his living relatives. He has 5 relatives that have the same last name, meaning they come from his father's side. Finding the disparity in the Y chromosome means that there was an extra pair per paternity event, which means someone had a baby with someone other than the partner.
Do you know who he's related to? Hal Linden.
Hal Linden.
No
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
So listen, Beethoven started experiencing hearing loss in his 20s and went completely deaf by 1818. He believed he was hopelessly afflicted by the hearing loss and said that he would have committed suicide because of it.
He wrote the song Hopelessly Afflicted.
But he didn't want to die before he's, quote, I had produced all the works that I felt the urge to compose.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Isn't that stunning? That you're so committed to that, composing without the ability to really hear what you're composing.
Yep. But
That's like when I pee in the dark.
He was so...
I'm good faith that I'm going to get it.
That you're going to hit it.
Yeah.
But he was such an accomplished composer, he could hear it all in his head.
Nose.
Exactly. Not in his nose, in his head, in his brain. And then he would transcribe what was going on in his head, and there you go. You get it perfectly. So over the years, medical biographers have guessed that Beethoven's hearing loss was from an inherited condition. While the researchers could not definitively determine what caused his hearing issues, they believe several health issues could have been the culprit.
Give me a social disease.
Otosclerosis, a condition that causes hearing loss in adults. Paget's disease of bone, during which the body does not replace old bone tissue. Or complications from Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, both of which cause digestion issues.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Philadelphia Orchestra and Beethoven, I believe they're doing a performance in May at the Man.
They're the greatest orchestra in the world, are they not?
The world.
Okay.
Beethoven's Ninth, which is the one that goes. Isn't Beethoven's Ninth? Dun 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 dun.
No, that's the fifth.
What's the ninth?
It's
ninth,
4 more.
Goes da, 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 da.
No, you know what? I have it.
Da 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 da.
That's McDonald's.
Oh, I'm loving it. I have a playlist.
Is it da da? Is it Ode to Joy?
No, it's not Ode to Joy. It's the ninth. It's Beethoven's ninth.
I think
Well, then what's the fifth?
I think Ode to Joy is Mozart, isn't
The
it?
fifth is dun 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 dun.
Then who did Kokomo?
Dun 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 dun.
That was the Beach Boys.
Not really the Beach Boys. Like the crappy version of the Beach Boys.
Classical Thunder, Symphony number. I have Symphony 5, so this is Symphony 5 right here. Hang on. Oh, come on.
Symphony 5.
Yeah. It's on my phone, by the way. So that's the fifth. You know
That's
that
great.
one. But I know I have the ninth on here. Symphony number 9. Here we go. This is it. Hang on. Let me fast forward it because sometimes you have to.
Ode to Joy.
I was right.
Yeah.
I was right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's a part of the Ninth Symphony?
Right, and it's used quite liberally in Clockwork Orange.
And Die Hard 2.
Yes. And Ernest Goes to Jail.
No. What about this one?
I think it's...
Yeah. That's from Saturday Night Fever.
It was called a fifth of Beethoven.
It was by Miko, was it not? Same guy who did that Star Wars
no idea.
disco song.
Miko?
He took the Star Wars theme and made it into a disco song. Do a little checking on that if you wouldn't mind, Nick.
M-I-K-O?
I think it's M-E-K-O.
M-E-K-O.
You guys know I love this band called Fish, and they do an amazing rocked-out version of the 2001 theme.
Thus Spake Zarathustra by Strauss.
Yes.
You have... You've played that before.
It is so great because it starts off like usually it's when they seg from one song into the next, it just starts off with a really great drum beat. Press, as a drummer, I think you would
like drums.
I think you would like it. Well, it's just a great drum beat, and the second they hit it, you go, okay, here we go.
I love it.
I love it, but I don't think you guys would like it because you hate fish.
So Miko's real name is Domenico Minardo. Steve, he did the Star Wars theme that you were talking about. What was the other one you asked?
So does it fit the Beethoven that he did as well?
Man.
It was a huge hit for that.
Yeah, it was. The Star Wars disco theme is so terrible.
I don't know. Look up A Fifth of Beethoven, and that will tell you who did it.
I got sucked into the Miko.
Really neat.
Suave.
That's an album name. Sucked into the Miko.
Miko Suave.
Yeah, there we go. Fifth of Beethoven. No. Yeah, there you go.
This one?
Second one down, yep. And it was recorded by Walter Murphy.
Walter Murphy. I was wrong. I gave Miko undue credit.
But
Sorry.
Miko still lives in our hearts.
He does.
You know,
I've
with
still
the
got the
Star Wars.
tattoo on my back.
All right.
Miko was friends with Chuck Mangione.
Oh.
I love Chuck Mangione.
Oh, wait. I know Chuck Mangione.
Feels so good.
Yeah, it does. Had a good shit.
Thank you.
That's why I brought that up. I was hoping we'd get a
He also did
solo.
a great a soundtrack for a movie called The Children of Sanchez, which I used to listen to, much to my father's horror.
Miko was from Pennsylvania. Fun fact.
What?
Yeah, Elk County, which is...
I think I could. Maybe we can convince the orchestra, Nick, to let me join them during a performance
Yeah,
on Mouth Flugelhorn.
I just
love
sent a
that.
note because it'd be cool to...
The greatest mouth flugelhorn player in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the Mouth Flugelhorn from the Preston and Steve Show, used in our most recent commercial, Steve Morrison. Thank you.
I have another music story to share with you. So we'll stay in the music section of the store. Music lovers are complaining that the price of concerts in the U.S. are now so expensive that it is cheaper to buy a plane ticket and see a show in Europe.
Isn't this wild? And they actually make a good case for it in the article. Yeah,
I have examples here.
Yeah.
All right.
So here's an example. Beyonce fan, Mercedes Ariel from Dallas, announced on Instagram she saved money by booking a flight to Stockholm to see the Renaissance tour rather than buying a ticket in her own hometown.
I mean, we're talking about just the ticket, right? Because I find that hard to believe when you factor in hotel stays and...
Well, I mean, so she bought VIP tickets to the Stockholm show for $366 while her friends in Dallas spent $900.
Well, a friend of mine just did this. I don't know where she's going to see the show, but she's going to see Taylor Swift. Remember the whole thing with the tickets and all that?
A nightmare.
And she was like, forget it.
Nightmare.
And she bought in a different city. I think she's still staying within the United States. I don't think she's leaving the country. But it was way cheaper for her to buy the plane ticket and a ticket into to another city than to buy here in Philadelphia or even try to get them.
Now, Casey... I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve. You know, she's saving like $340 or something like that. Yeah, you're going to spend more than that on a plane trip to Stockholm for sure.
But the ticket itself.
Yeah, but so what? You get to go to Stockholm. Like,
yeah, that's
even more
you
of an
throw that in there.
experience.
Yeah. If you have the time and you've got a little bit of money, then you should. This would be more economical to do that. She said she was so close to the stage, or she said, that Beyonce was sweating on me. That's how close I am. So Ariel, whose Instagram account offers tips to hack luxury by any means possible, said that she was using points from travel loyalty cards to pay for her hotel as well.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's someone who's thinking.
So here's some examples. To see Madonna up close in London on October 15th cost $1,838. But if you go to Madison Square Garden, it is $2,666, $828 more expensive.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. The same ticket. So Bruce Springsteen in New Jersey will cost you $537 when he performs April 14th. Yet if you are in Copenhagen, the same level of ticket cost $96. So that's $537 versus $96. A general admission ticket for Ed Sheeran's stop in Chicago will cost you $149 on July 29th. But if you go to Glasgow, Scotland, it's $109.
I once saw Tico Torres on a SEPTA bus.
Oh.
How much that cost you?
A couple bucks.
Okay.
I mean, he's just sitting there. It was like he wasn't
even playing,
He wasn't
he
in
was just sitting
concert, but I saw him. I wrote extra long because I
Yeah, all right. Well,
I was trying to get at the nerve. Can you play us? Shut up.
Stargazing. I know people that did this, Preston, in the baseball playoffs. You could fly to Atlanta and go see a Phil's game, or you could fly to
Right.
Houston and go see a Phil's game for cheaper than going to see a Phillies home playoff game.
These are things that I am so stupid I would never, consider this or even come up with this plan, but it makes perfect sense. Yeah. Also, I wonder, Kathy, if there are, so for example, if you're going to see Beyonce in Manhattan as opposed to seeing in another major city but a lesser city, if there is a substantial price difference depending on ticket, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, my friend did it with Taylor Swift, and she was able to get a ticket, and she said it was, I guess, whatever face value was, and not the inflated price.
Wow.
Yeah, interesting. So people are doing that. So here's a couple other examples. Pink in Poland.
Pink in Poland.
Yep. If you go to Poland to see her in Warsaw, $126. In Chicago, $618.
I want to see her. I have two choices. I want to see Pink in either Dubai or Abu Dhabi. And if there was only a metric that guy could use to decide.
Jesus. Well,
no.
Well, I know the people of Dubai don't like the Flintstones,
Right,
but the Abu Dhabi do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Kathy's not down with that.
Hey, listen, though, I have completely come full circle with,
jokes?
turned around with Pink. I could not stand her for the longest time, and I love her now.
Yeah,
Well,
I
there you
remember
go.
that.
Yeah. And how do you feel about the Flintstones?
Abu Dhabi do.
I like Pink. I would love to talk to her
Look
sometime.
at the
She's-
comparting sheet up on the. Look at this, Preston.
Let's
You're
count
pointing
it.
out all of these are there's substantial difference out of the country.
Yeah,
and so
absolutely.
as you said, right? If you have a little bit of money to play with, and if you're going to eat all that money, or get in the ballpark of what you pay domestically and plan a vacation,
Yeah.
why not?
Absolutely. I agree. All right, one more story from the general store, and this is in the pet department. People love corgis for their bubble butts. But this,
I would never put a dog in my butt.
This adorable feature is also a built-in flotation device. There have been several videos of the small dogs shared online revealing that its rear will not stay submerged.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And there's a science behind it. Experts claim that a corgi's butt is made of nearly 80% fat instead of muscle fibers, earning it the nickname bubble butt. And the excess fat is due to the dog's short legs and large head, which causes more weight to be distributed in the back end of its body. While the canines are natural swimmers, pet experts suggest strapping a life vest around their middle when they're in the water.
To keep them, they're so adorable. They're just wonderful dogs.
Yep, they are iconic for their long bodies but stubbly legs that are surprisingly powerful and muscular. However, the adorable short legs are due to humans breeding them for specific traits, which resulted in a genetic condition called achondroplastic dwarfism.
Yeah. My cousin has two. She just loves them. And I actually recently saw, like, when you breed corgis with other dogs, it just turns into that dog looking like a corgi.
Really?
Yeah, so, like, German Shepherd corgi, he's like, it's really adorable.
Casey, genetically, supposedly, and our dear dog Chelsea, she supposedly had a bit of corgi in her,
Really?
and you could see it. She looked a little bit like a lab, but she was mostly pit bull though. But there's no real way to determine everything exactly. But I love, the Queen obviously had her famous corgis.
Yeah,
They're supposedly sweet dogs.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a corgi one day. So during the Viking invasion of 1,000 years ago and the subsequent influx of Flemish weavers, a Spitz-type dog was introduced into some areas of Wales.
The Vikings used to go into battle on top of corgis.
And these Spitz were crossed with the original corgi to produce what is known today as the Pembroke Welsh Corgi. But corgi is a relatively healthy breed. They can live up to about 15 years. Flood of videos showing corgis. Why did you go, oh?
Because that's, like, great. Like,
dogs don't live long enough.
They don't.
They do not. And purebreds live shorter, and it's everyone who's ever lost a dog.
I wasn't sure if your O meant That's too bad.
Ozempic.
They only live to 15 years, or that's really sweet that they live 15 years.
No, well, listen, Fozzie's getting up there in age, and, Reggie is
How old are they?
Fozzie is going to turn 10 in a month.
Wow.
You still got some. And you treat them very well, and you take good care of them.
Yeah.
Smaller dogs tend to live longer.
Yeah. He's a little bit bigger. And then Reggie, on the other hand, because he's part Bernese Mountain Dog, and those ones, their
short
lifespan is
lifespan.
8 to 10 years, but I'm hoping because he's kind of mutt,
That can certainly help.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any dick fur in him?
Dick fur again?
I know what you mean. It'll be horrible when you lose when it eventually happens. But you get a lot of love.
And that's exact a whole lot of love. Led Zeppelin was trying to tell us about how to raise dogs properly, and we never listened. Right, Black Dog. That's her song too, right?
A whole lot of love.
Give your dog a lot of love.
Flood of videos showing corgis swimming has been shared on social media platforms, baffling many viewers unaware of their floating butts. But that's the deal, because it's 80% fat.
We watched a demonstration where they were pushing down on the corgi's butt in the water, and it would bounce back up to the top.
Yep. By the way, aren't breasts, female breasts, are mainly fat, right?
Kathy verified that, right? You said that
they float.
Well, you told us when that was a big thing. Do they float?
Yeah, they definitely float.
Yeah.
And if I lose weight, I'll lose in the breast area.
Okay.
Do you lose buoyancy if you drop weight? I mean, you're a swimmer. You can.
I don't know. What you mean, like overall, like floating wise?
Right.
I mean, yeah, I would imagine
Right?
so.
Because there's less fat.
Yeah.
What I will do sometimes, I will take my testicles and tuck them under my arms like water wings.
Oh, wow. They go up that high, huh?
Wait, so
I'm older.
do yours float?
No.
Balls?
No. But I weight mine down with fishing lures.
Did you hear about that guy that dipped his balls in glitter? It's pretty nuts.
Pretty nuts. Yeah.
All
Come
right.
on, Kathy.
No, but answer. I want to know the answer to the question.
What was the
Do your
question?
balls float?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Do your balls.
Do your balls.
They don't sink.
No, they don't. But it's been a long time since I've taken a bath. But I remember in the bathtub as a kid, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr.
I
Weenie
know
will float.
that if you're lying in grass and your balls hit your ass,
It's a
that's a rupture.
Okay, that's not diarrhea.
Some men have
Oh, my
floating
God.
testicles, and some don't. And according to this,
Well, what line do I get in?
it says, is the scrotum neutrally buoyant? Some rules apply because human tissue is very much like water in the way of density. It really just depends on every unique specimen. Mine don't. I can tell you that. I do know that.
I tell you, mine point due north, though.
Okay.
Yeah,
all the
magnetic
time?
north, all the time.
Well, all right. Anyway, we were in the pet section.
Yeah.
Then we went into the urology section.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
What's that, Santa? I'm sorry.
Santa's gotta go.
Santa's gotta go.
All right. We're wrapping that up. All right. Here's what I would like to do since you courageously sat through that last segment.
I think you learned a lot.
I think you did. I would like to give away a trip to Universal World.
Whoa!
Yep. And here's what we're going to do. It's official script I need to pass along to you. Be the 28th caller on the contest line right now at 215-263-WMMR and correctly identify the answer to the clue from 8 a.m. that we gave out this morning. And you could win a trip for two to Universal Orlando Resort with flights provided by Spirit. So right now is when you need to call if you know the answer to the question we asked earlier. We will take a break. We will come back in a moment, and someone is going to win that trip. But if you do not call, it won't be you. I guarantee you that. For more information, you can go to WMMR.com. And don't forget, we got a trip tomorrow to give away as well. Well, let's give away this one now. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
So Cooper added, he said he shared just from a personal standpoint, it reduces the anxiety level.
Well, listen, we're very good friends with Bradley Cooper.
We are.
And we know the way he is.
Incredibly
And we
close.
know how nervous he gets
Yes.
in situations like this. So if you knew him the way we knew him.
Steve,
What?
I sometimes will just place my hand on his knee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just,
It's okay.
a little touch,
Yeah.
a little human touch
Makes a difference.
calms them down
Wow.
a bit.
Yeah.
I can't believe you guys haven't brought up the fact that, like, Steve and I look at each other like that when we sing the Safelite song.
Absolutely.
We totally get
It's
that.
so beautiful.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
Every single time.
I just thought I'd let you guys have that. I
Well-
didn't want to bring it out into the open.
I always say, find someone in your life who looks at me the way Casey looks at me during the Safelite song.
Yeah.
Can we get that right now? Can you guys do that?
Casey's so emotional.
I just love him so much.
Let's do it. We can do it. Ready?
You're at the microphone for a
All right,
dad.
turn away and then turn and look at each
Okay.
other. All right.
Hang
Just
on.
give us a
I
countdown.
got to get into character.
All right, hold it,
Okay.
everybody. 3, 2, 1.
Safelite repair, Safelite replace.
Oh,
God.
the
Wow.
lovely kiss was
That
blown.
was-
If we could get it, I don't know if it's possible to get a split screen on that or not.
And see, there's no
play that
real love there. That's all acting.
No.
They lie.
Well, you know what? You can't sing those words without being moved. They're not only repaired, but replaced.
Yes, as if the repair wasn't enough.
You fixed me,
Yeah.
and then you made me all new again.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And they'll
I'll
come-
repair
they'll-
you. I will
I
never
will come
replace
to where
you.
you are
Yeah.
if you're at your daughter's dance recital.
That's right.
Bradley
Yeah.
Cooper added that they kind of fall in love in that scene in the film. It's that explosive moment that happens to them on a stage in front of thousands of people.
Yeah.
And it would have been so weird if we were both on stools facing the audience. So that's why they did it that way.
This is actually the first time that they rehearsed. They sang the Chicken Pot Pie song, Preston.
Wait, do you want to do Safe Light Repair like that now? We're looking at the video where they're kind of heads leaning against each other. Oh, no. Oh, yes, we're going to get this now.
Go on.
Well, you got to come behind because you got to come behind me because you're taller.
Like this?
Yeah.
All right, we are getting this on camera, right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
where's the camera at?
Right
here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you count us off, Preston?
3, 2, 1.
Safe light repair, safe light replace.
Dear God in heaven.
Wow.
How was that? Was that good? Thank you.
I was convinced.
Bravo!
Thank you. Can I just? We are involved with other people.
Yes.
We're just, I have the deepest respect for Diane, and I know Casey.
And
you
I,
love
Claire.
her, yeah,
And your cats.
and my cat.
More on the creepy side for me.
You don't know what that song means to us.
I know, I guess.
Sounds a little jealous, does she not?
I'm getting that. We have
I think
to
you
look.
guys. I don't think you were harmonizing though. I think you were in unison on that.
Our hearts were harmonized.
Our hearts were
So the monetary donations for Camp Out for Hunger continued until the day before Thanksgiving, and the final tally of money that you donated at Acme Markets is $1,454,710.
Just amazing.
And that added to our final monetary donation, with everything added in, for Camp Out for Hunger this year was $1,802,000 to help feed people in this area.
Oh my God! Another banner year.
$1.8 million, and you put that on over 2.3 million pounds of food.
I mean, again, another situation where you figured, how are they? How are we going to get to that point? How are we going to top the miracle that was last year? And look what people just step up. They're amazing.
Yep, it's pretty incredible. So thank you. Before we get into our concert announcement and music news, Nick, what were you laughing so hard at right before that started? Or do we even want to know?
You want to know?
I would just want to take a seat, Preston, and I got my little chair here.
Oh,
and I didn't do it again. Oh, there we go. And somehow, Casey found a way to rig it so that it just slowly descends.
I took video. I took video.
Okay.
You did?
How'd you do this?
All right, so stand up and you'll see.
Because it'll go back up.
Yeah.
So there's a handle that will allow you to lower the seat, and I assume he taped it, right?
He tied it.
I tied it with a bandana.
That took work. I'm impressed.
So it just sinks down slowly.
I was just so
kinda
glad.
cool.
I didn't know how I was going to react, and I was just so grateful that it didn't
Slam down.
and have you fall.
You got to be careful.
All I heard was everybody in on this but me?
You had your headphones on. I think.
saw Casey come over here and tie it, and I go, "Are you trying to kill him?" And he goes, "No, but his chair will sink when he sits in it."
Where'd you get that idea?
I don't even know.
It came out of nowhere.
It came out of nowhere. I saw the bandana sitting there.
Okay.
And Nick wasn't there. I was like, I wonder if I could. I mean, it was like lightning fast how the synapses were
Right.
firing.
Okay. Not as permanent, but definitely some pain involved. Florence Pugh, the actress, recently pierced her nose, but confessed that she fainted in the process.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Really?
She captioned an Instagram photo that says, "When you want to be a cool grown-up and get a cool new piercing and you instantly fail, go green and then faint."
All right, so Kathy, did you faint when you got your not your ears pierced, but like you got your belly button pierced?
No, I didn't.
She had a nipple pierced.
I didn't
know.
faint.
I didn't want to bring that up.
What's that?
I didn't want to
How
bring
can
that
you
up.
not bring that up? You're obligated to bring that up. Are you kidding me?
Case, my problem is looking at it. If I see it happen, I'm out like a light.
Okay, so Florence went with the septum, the middle part.
Okay.
Okay. I dig. I like a nose piercing, like the
off to the side.
Yeah, the nostril.
Yeah.
What do they call it? That's usually a stud, is it not? Yeah.
Stud.
Yeah, the septum thing, sometimes it looks like you got boogers hanging out of your nose.
It's just gross.
I don't like that. Yeah, the
But I
booger
do
thing
like-
is real.
I do like the stud.
Yeah.
I think that could be cute.
It's good if you're a bull. I think it works quite nicely.
My girlfriend has one.
She has
Wait,
a
the
septum
septum?
piercing?
Yeah.
She does?
I didn't know that.
I never even noticed.
Yep, she has it. She doesn't wear it all the time, and she removed it for several years, and then put it back in recently, and it never closed, which she was surprised by.
Wow.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but looks good on her.
What does she wear? Is it a hoop?
Like a little hoop. Yeah,
There it is.
A little hoop.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that I don't like that. I just prefer the stud. But so speaking of bull, Steve, when I was a kid, we had the shower curtain rings.
Yes.
I would take those off the shower curtain and put them in my nose like I was a bull.
Startling revelation on the Preston and Steve show this morning.
Okay.
Casey Boy, producer, admitted he used shower rings to look like a bull. We go down to Jim Ilkushevsky outside of One Ballot Plaza. Jim, what's going on out there? Crowd has already started to form, Tom. People want to get the exclusive on the interview.
Okay.
Can I go down for an interview?
All right, so let me ask you this. Would you look in the mirror and make noises?
Well, I don't know about the noises, but everything I did, dude.
Did you make a face?
I spent so much time in front of the bathroom mirror as a child. I used to pierce my own ears. I would I'd spend a lot of time making fases and
Wow.
I know.
But I'm
You guys make fun of me.
Yeah.
And then he would go back to college.
I was just curious what level you took it to. Would you actually stomp on the ground?
No.
You never do anything
That'd
like
be
that?
stupid, Preston.
Yeah, come on, man.
He was just making faces in the mirror.
It's just silly. By the way, to make Casey feel better, if you've ever taken a shower ring and pretended to be a bull, text in and let us know.
please
about
let
it.
us know.
And if you have one now and you could do a picture, we'd love to see
Yeah,
it.
that'd be great.
Without a doubt, I am not the only one to ever do that.
No, listen, I'm sure. I'm
Without
sure
a
I've
doubt.
done it, for
Yeah.
Christ's sake.
Somewhere in America
Yeah.
has done it.
There's probably a commune of people who do nothing but that.
Here's a supportive one.
Is that a BR commune? Yeah, that's a bull ring
Here,
commune.
this says, I used to pretend I was the bull in the Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And this guy, he and his cousin used to put helmets on and use red tablecloths to charge at each other like bulls. But he
One
didn't
was a
think,
bull and one was the matador.
Yeah.
He says, didn't think of the shower curtain ring, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The accessory you never knew you needed.
I know this is like Hollywood celebrity news, but why did they put the ring in the bull's nose? What was that all about?
You know, I think that's how they would actually lead the bull.
Yeah, I think they could
Oh!
connect. They could connect a lead to it.
Okay.
And
That makes perfect
or they could
And most
essentially leash them up somewhere, and,
All right.
and they're not going to go anywhere.
and isn't the fact that most bulls are goth, sort of? They're
Yeah, I
the
think so.
cages and stuff.
Yeah, they do the ear
Most of them.
Yeah.
stuff
body
too.
mod.
Yeah. All right, let me see. Nick, anybody texting in? One person said they've done the shower curtain ring in the nose thing, but I don't know if they were pretending to be a bull or not.
No,
That's
could have been something entirely
I
different.
don't necessarily. I wasn't. You guys said I was pretending to be a bull.
Well,
I
were
you
just pretending
said-
to have a piercing?
No, you did.
Well, I got the idea from the bull, right? Like
I got the
I
idea
never
from
made-
the bull.
I got the idea. I didn't.
Why don't you pretend that you're me?
Let the court record show that Preston, you asked if I made noises like a bull, and I did not.
I thought that was
I
after
would like
you
to have audio
intimated.
from what we spoke about earlier, because you said I would look in the mirror
Yeah.
and pretend to be a bull.
All right, let's check it. We
we
have
have
a way of finding
We
out.
have to check the tape. You
We
may
do.
be right. But
Well, what did you do?
I put a shower ring on my nose like an idiot.
For what reason?
I don't
To look like a bull.
To look like a bull, I guess. I don't know.
That's what I think he said.
All right.
But we could be wrong.
But I
Maybe
didn't
we just
pretend to
assume.
be a bull. There's a difference. There's a difference between trying to look like a bull and
pretending to be a bull.
Yes.
Pretending means you would adopt a lifestyle.
And I would not do that.
Right.
Because, bulls are ornery creatures, man.
I don't like the way they live.
Her ornery creatures, man.
Yeah, that was my Lebowski right there.
That's what
I thought you were doing like you almost
Austin
sounded
Powers.
like Austin Powers.
No, that was more Lebowski than anything.
They're
else.
ornery creatures, man. I'm a Brahma bull, baby.
Kathy, I'm trying to reel this back.
You are?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Started it.
Jesus.
Holy moly.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to move on to another story.
Okay.
We'll wait and find out that we'll find the tape.
Don't
here.
worry, we'll go back to this.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it may run through the entire show this morning. We have a clip of you from earlier on
Okay,
the show,
all right.
so we'll see. Let's see what this is. This was Casey. Let's see if he says he would pretend to be a bull or not. Here we go.
So speaking of bull, Steve, when I was a kid, we had the shower curtain rings.
Yes.
I would take those off the shower curtain and put them in my nose like I was a bull. Okay. Like I was a bull. I didn't
For the
say
very first time.
I think there's a difference between pretending to be a bull and
Adopting the lifestyle.
I didn't go.
One could say that there's a point at which they sort of Venn diagram a little bit.
So
Yeah.
if you put on clown makeup,
Right.
like a full clown makeup, the wig and everything.
And I didn't do the voice and all that stuff.
You're not pretending to be
I'm
a
just
clown. at that
dressed like
point.
a clown.
Okay, so you
Okay.
were
Yeah.
dressed like a bull.
Yeah.
You were just dressed like a bull.
That's it.
Where are you going out looking like a bull? Where are you going to tonight looking like a bull?
Casey, you've been vindicated. Congratulations. Amber has an interesting tradition. I'm going to go to her. Amber, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Amber?
So much. I just the Christmas trees. The prices have been so crazy the last 10 years or so.
Yeah.
We kind of started a new tradition in our family. When we go out to get the Christmas tree, we go up to them. We just ask them for show us the ugliest Christmas trees that you can, and we kind of make a game and see how pretty we can make it.
So you
And we usually just
like
give them to us.
like Charlie Brown it up then.
Yeah,
I love it.
As we can get it, and I tell my daughter every Christmas tree deserves, or every tree deserves a Christmas.
That's a good.
Yeah,
I like that.
No, that's cool. If you can do that, that's I'm down with that.
So you take an
Yeah.
ugly tree and you try to make it a beautiful tree.
So
yeah, and you have no. I mean, they come out awesome, but when we first bring them in the house, it's like, oh my God, they have 3 needles on them.
My wife tells the story of my father-in-law. They were 9 kids and a huge family, and they'd get a lesser level tree, and my father-in-law would get a drill, very handy. He would remove branches from the back of the tree, drill holes, and put
It's like a hair replacement for men.
Basically, is what he was doing, and fill out the tree.
All right.
And so they would get the tree up to decorating
I love
level,
it.
and it looked great.
That woman, Amber, said something that I think could be turned into a Christmas story. Every tree deserves a Christmas.
Yeah.
I think that could be a kid's book, don't you think?
Or the loneliest tree at the lot, the one that doesn't.
Yeah.
Right, right. That's overlooked all the time.
But then a wonderful thing happens. It gets thrown into a wood chipper.
Right.
It's like a turn.
But then a wonderful thing, like Jimmy Durante.
All right. We now are going to go to our phone lines and see if someone can walk away with a trip to Universal Orlando Resort. We had sent you on a hunt on our website to find out something very specific in one of our pictures that we have in a photo gallery. It's the Universal Photo Hunt Challenge photo gallery. And the question that I asked is, what marine mammal is in one of the pictures? We were looking for caller number 28.
All right.
We have caller number 28. It happens to be Judy. Good morning, Judy.
Good morning, Preston. How are you?
I'm great, Judy. I'm not doing half as good as you are if you end up getting this correct. You are the 28th caller, first of all. So we are going to ask you to name what marine mammal is in one of the pictures in our photo hunt gallery.
It was a manatee.
A manatee is what she says, and a manatee is correct. And that means Judy, you just won a trip for two to Universal Orlando Resort with flights provided by Spirit.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Is that not awesome? All right, Judy, you're going to go there. We are going to hear from you and how wonderful a time you had, because we can only
you will
assume that you will.
You can't fight it, Judy.
Yeah.
Don't even try.
Yeah.
They're going to get you, and you're going to love it.
I love the motorcycle ride. I haven't done the other one yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, absolutely. If you do the Velocicoaster,
yes.
You go back and pick your stomach up at the beginning of the ride.
All right, congratulations, Judy. Hang on the line. She is on her way, and we have another one to go. By the way, from sending you on a high-speed coaster to putting a towering volcano right outside of your hotel room. Nobody tests the limits of absolute awesome like Universal Orlando Resort, and we can attest to all of that.
Absolutely.
It is true. So congratulations to Judy, and we have one more to give away. We're going to do that tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Listen for the clue, and then call in later like Judy did, answer it, and then you win the trip. It is just that simple.
I took that photo. It's at Bahia Honda State Park in the Florida Keys, and there were a lot of amenities that just floated right up. It was a really cool experience.
Claire, my wife, got to dive with them, and she was like a transcendent experience.
Yeah.
They're almost like these, because they move along, and they're not like, crazy flapping. They just kind of glide along, and they don't, as you said, they don't want you to touch them.
Right.
But they will come up close to you, and they're very curious.
Nice. All right, so we have more pictures for you to inspect and find the answers to, and that will be tomorrow morning one more time. We have a little bit of chatting time. So,
Are you the chatterer?
Nope. It's Survey Says. Is what it is.
I like this a little bit more than the chatterer.
Chuck loves this segment, by the way.
Really?
He loves Survey
He loves
Says.
surveys.
So I have a bunch of surveys here that we can go through and just kind of get everyone's thoughts and opinions on this.
And of course, as you said before, we get these things sent to us, and they're very often staggeringly stupid.
I agree.
But collected together, they can give you some insight.
So this one's pretty stupid, and we'll start with this. In a survey of over 11,000 U.S. adults, the question was asked, do you think that stores and restaurants should allow customers to go barefoot? No. And the answers are yes, no, and not sure. So does anybody want to say how they would weigh in on this?
It depends. Is the restaurant outside at a beach club?
Yes.
Yes, you can do that.
Okay.
Is it a fine dining at a French restaurant when you're going to dip your feet in the cream? No.
Well, I mean, to be completely and totally honest, the bottom of your feet are not going to be any cleaner or dirtier than the bottom of your shoes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Agreed.
Boom. Yeah.
I agree. And so, let's say it's a convenience store. They generally have the no shoes, no shirt, no service rule. Why the no shoes?
Yeah.
Because, okay. No, I don't want to look at your feet while I'm going back to the restaurant. No, I don't want to look at your feet while I'm sitting down to eat. I think whether you're outside or inside, you should throw some shoes on.
All right, so you don't want to see people's feet. You find that gross. You find feet gross.
I don't. And even if it's like sandals where you can see it,
I'm fine with sandals.
Well, of course, you have to be fine with sandals. It's considered a shoe, but for me, no, I don't want to.
You go to the beach, you go to the pool, like you're seeing people.
You're not eating there.
I know. But
baby, don't
he's
blame
saying
me
a
that way.
convenience store. He's not talking about a restaurant. But also, I think, Preston, it might be more of a liability thing.
I think that's what it must be, because you could step on something, cut your foot. You could have, if you're in, say, Kathy, like Target, you could roll over it with a cart.
Yeah.
And then they're
Or
liable.
a French restaurant, an escargot
could fall on
and
there.
you could step on it and slip.
And
Like
slip
a banana.
Yeah.
The upper echelon of the French culture, it replaces bananas with escargot.
That's the old gag in France.
Yeah.
Is you slip on
the clowns
escargot.
come out and slip on escargot.
Yeah. I don't necessarily think it's a I don't want to look at your feet type of thing. I think it's listen, if you step
Marie
on
Antoinette.
Okay.
But okay, so I agree. And it is sort of arbitrary, but I think obviously if a place requires you to wear, a tie, obviously shoes are going to be part of the deal as well.
Right.
But I've seen it all. You go beach restaurants or beach resorts or whatever, people are walking around barefoot.
Yeah, it says stores and restaurants.
And hospitals.
If I see someone barefoot in a store, it doesn't bother me because it's their own feet that are getting gnarly and not the floor, really.
Let me ask you this. Should you be able to walk in barefoot into a shoe store?
You know, they won't let you, they won't let you try on any shoes.
Right,
They give you those little barely there
Condoms.
bizarre
Yeah.
socks. You ever put those
Foot
on?
condoms, I hate them.
Yeah.
They're like
It's like pantyhose.
Yeah, it's like
But
pantyhose.
with like
Well,
no
they're similar
elastic.
to- like the socks I'm wearing now are sort of low, the low socks that you'd wear, socks of high heel boys.
Right.
But they're similar to that, and I hate those things. They feel uncomfortable.
but they're super thin. Like
Yeah.
they're meant to be used once and then you throw them away.
You guys ever wear pantyhose?
No.
Oh yeah.
No, me neither.
On my head when
No,
I was
I have.
robbing a bank.
So when
For
I s-
warmth?
when no for just it feels good.
Fleet
no.
week.
what I thought.
No, for swimming.
Spring break.
When
Swimming?
leading up to championships, you would taper. So you would wear like things that would create a drag while you were practicing.
Don't some construction workers recommend
Yes.
them for heat? You know,
Yes.
it keeps you warm in the wintertime?
Absolutely.
Oh.
And in fact, so that is then they were sort of replaced by. It's actually very similar. They just they took the pantyhose out of it and changed the name a little bit, but it's a very similar like a pant, I guess.
Yeah, all right. What about the silk panties? You guys wear those, right?
Oh God, yeah. It's the only thing that keep my my butt plugs in.
By the way, would
That's the only thing. That'll keep
Only
the
thing
butt-
I've tried. Now, mind you, I tried Gorilla Glue.
Okay.
No.
would pantyhose help with like chafing or something like that?
Oh, that's a good question.
Kathy.
Probably.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I would think so.
Because
Cover up.
you have a barrier there.
All right, let's say your boobs are floating and you're bending over constantly and your thighs start chafing because it's uncomfortable. Would you put on pantyhose to watch your boobs float?
Press, you've heard of chub rub, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
Pantyhose helps with
All
that.
right. Kath.
What?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You were going to say something.
Yes, I know.
Was it about escargots replacing bananas?
Oh no, there's not a law about the shoes.
There is no law.
It's
Okay.
not an actual law.
There's
no,
only due.
There's no health code.
Okay.
It's just up to the store. Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
Yeah, 'cause
I
they say
guess
no
so.
shoes, no
So could a
socks.
store actually allow, or could a restaurant allow you to come in?
I
with
would
no
assume
shoes on
because
if they wanted?
well, look at it this way: they certain stores, restaurants. Okay, what's the status? Let's take it this way: service dogs, or people bringing pets in. You know, there's definitive laws about that. I assume that's a hygiene thing as well. Correct?
But maybe. By the way, I just thought of Hank Azaria's character in The Birdcage. I do not wear shoes, for they make me fall down. To answer the survey,
Yeah.
13% said yes, stores and restaurants should allow customers to go barefoot, but saying no, 76%. So that's the overwhelming answer is no. People believe that they should not allow you to go in barefoot into stores and restaurants.
You know what I don't like, honestly? If, especially, Kathy, maybe you'll side with this, and you're perfectly within your rights to do it. But if you're in a fast food place or even a restaurant where somebody's wearing like a T-top or like a wife beater,
I know.
I don't like seeing tufts
No,
of sweaty
I know.
armpit hair.
I know. I wish there was like a sleeve rule.
Right? Yeah.
No shirt, no shoes, no
like,
sleeves.
how about this? The restaurant, in addition to providing a tie, will provide sleeves you pull up.
Yeah.
Kath, when I was a lifeguard back in high school, I would walk around with no shoes on for so often on the pool deck that like my feet were like really calloused up and pressed. I thought, wow, these are so calloused up, I could probably put a cigarette out with my foot.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No,
you can't.
No. I did. I put the cigarette out.
Yeah.
But I also gave myself second-degree, third-degree burns.
It's a 1 for 2, really.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of the sleeve thing that you guys mentioned, I love it. Casey pulls this gag every now and then if we're out somewhere and he sees somebody, if we're in an appearance and they don't have sleeves, Casey, if there's a microphone, he'll go, hey, I'm sorry, we found some sleeves in the parking lot. If anyone lost your sleeves, we have them. By the way, here's another of the same survey. They asked, how often do you go barefoot in public? And the answers were always, most of the time, sometimes, rarely, never, or not sure. 4% said they always go barefoot in public.
Always?
Where are they going then? They
freaking
can't go
Yanomami.
anywhere.
They're going to the whirlpool box they live in.
Yeah.
5% said most of the time. 10% said sometimes. 21% said rarely will they go barefoot in public. 58% said never.
Well, I
And
would
2% said not sure.
I would say never, but does that include a public beach? Because
Yeah,
then
I think so.
Okay, so then it would
so
be
rarely.
Rarely.
Yeah. I'd be in the same ballpark rarely. At a pool, at the beach. I just, I don't want to step on anything.
No,
You know
I
what
don't
mean?
like that. In fact, so like when I was, when I hike and hike down to an area where there's going to be like a creek or whatever, I'll get what they call, I guess, like beach shoes or to walk into the
Yeah, like the
stream.
water shoes.
Water shoes. For that very reason, you don't want to step on something that's sharp edged. But I'm in shoes, of some sort all the time. Even at home, I don't walk around barefoot.
In your house?
In my house, I don't. No.
No, I have those.
Because you know what
Ugg
happens in
slippers.
case a deer gets into the house.
Yeah, you gotta run.
I gotta be able.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got those Ugg slippers. Kath, you have those? Aren't they the best?
Great.
They're so
Best.
great.
And mine are gold.
Oh, okay. Mine
Yeah,
are
it's
like
like
a
shimmery.
forest green. I want to
looks
see
like
your gold ones.
B. Arthur.
I'll send you pictures later.
No, I want to see these.
They're so good. They're just extremely comfortable. They're, just like, but they have a sole. So if
So
you
they go
wanted
to heaven after that.
Yeah.
No, if you wanted to, you could go
You
outside
can go
with them. I
outside.
don't, but
Yep.
you could.
I have slippers that are that way too.
Welcome to heaven, Uggs.
Hang on a second. Shirley goes everywhere barefoot. Hi, Shirley. You're on the air. Good morning. Hi,
Hello.
Hi, Shirley.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
I'm a member of the Society for Barefoot Living.
No
Barefoot
kidding.
living.
That's
The
a
BFL.
That's real?
It's real.
Okay. What's the society all about?
For trying to convince people that barefooting is not as bad as everyone says.
Okay.
And so, will you stage events to go into places that are routinely requiring shoes?
No, it's more a email, Facebook group, and talking
It's not
about
not a protest organization.
Football.
right,
Okay.
right. But we've actually sent email or written to the health departments of all 50 states and gotten letters back that say no, there is no health law against barefoot
Okay.
in any place.
Hey, Shirley, what about like exercising, running, hiking, that type of thing? Because I've heard that overall that's actually better for your legs, for your feet, for your back.
Oh, absolutely.
The people that do marathons, and I mean, I could never do it. It's not for me, but I've seen and read arguments that say that it's actually better for you.
When I hike, I have my trail shoes. I couldn't even imagine not having something on my feet when I hike. But you're saying it'd be better to do it sans shoes.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, your foot has 20-some bones in it, designed to keep you completely.
Balanced.
It's got its own spring mechanism. It's got everything, and we're putting it in a box.
Yeah, but we're doing that for a reason. I think man invented shoes because
So he could put his cigarettes out.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I had a question in here somewhere. No, I don't remember.
Does it involve escargot?
No.
Okay.
It has to do with bare feet.
Oh.
Well, animals need feet too.
What about this was it. Shirley, what about driving barefooted? I've heard that is illegal.
Nope, it's not.
It's not illegal.
I love driving barefoot. I for some reason, I'll just use my big toe to press down on
steer?
the no, for the gas pedal.
Yeah, I did always think that driving barefoot was illegal too.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, you know what, though? I bet you there are more issues that are encountered because of footwear getting caught on pedals than your bare feet.
Hey, Shirley, how do you do in the wintertime?
I personally have not gotten able to put my feet in snow. I keep trying, but I can't. But I have friends who walk barefoot all year long in snow and everything.
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you this, Shirley. I am part of the League of Winter Shorts Guys, and we should get together and combine forces because we can rule the world. No, I think there's something kind of organic and cool about this. And you Preston and Casey did raise the point earlier, Shirley, that whatever's on the bottom of your feet would be on the bottom of your shoes anyway if you're going into a place. Okay.
Yeah. Hey,
and I wash my feet a lot more often than you wash the bottom of your shoes.
It's true.
Word. All right. Thank you, Shirley.
Yeah, so Chuck and I, we do the same thing where there are two places, public places, that once we're there, we take our shoes off. And I don't know if you guys are the same way.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Is one of them Honeygrow?
No, no, he hates that place.
An airplane.
Airplane is definitely one of them.
You take your shoes off on a plane?
Yeah, absolutely.
Without question.
But do you as well?
Yeah.
I do
Why?
not.
Yep. It's comfortable.
Yeah,
it's very comfortable.
Very, very comfortable.
And I wear slip-on shoes, so
They provide them.
They're easy to just pop right off.
I don't know.
It doesn't, it doesn't smell or anything like that. It's very, very comfortable.
What is the foot version of the Mile High Club?
That's a good question. I don't know.
A toe job?
What were you gonna say?
But
Kat?
you're here longer than you were on a plane, and you keep your shoes on here.
Sometimes no, like they're off right now.
Oh, they are?
I just slipped them off.
Because we were having this conversation?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But sometimes I do. And to be honest, Kathy, so I put my feet up on the so I sit in in kind of a high top chair, and there's a railing on there, and my feet go on there, and it feels more comfortable.
Wait, are you
with
talking about
shoes
right
on.
here?
Yeah, at the bottom, at the
okay.
base. So it feels more comfortable with my shoes on. So I leave them on most of the time, but sometimes I take them off, air my tootsies out a little bit.
And then the second place is a movie theater. With the reclining chairs.
Sometimes, with the reclining chairs.
Yeah, because
I can see
you get to
doing
walk
that.
on all that sticky gum and soda. And
Well,
That's exactly
if
what
your
I was
feet are off
thinking.
the ground, yeah.
Feet are off the ground.
I could see that. And that feels more like you're at home.
Yeah, and then
You
the
know?
slaughterhouse when you. No, movie theater, I would not do that because of all the stuff on the floor.
You know what I'm going to start to do at those movie theaters, the ones where you can recline? I want to bring a blanket with me.
Okay.
I've done that.
You have?
Because they're freezing.
They are, right?
Yeah.
Now, it goes directly in the washing machine when I get home, but yes, I have brought a blanket with me.
What I will do if say I'm at the movie theater and I do want to slip my shoes off is I just put my feet on top of my shoes. So I have somewhere to rest them on, but it kind of airs them out a little.
I will take my shirt off, ball it up on the floor, and put my feet on that.
All right, that that can work too.
Yeah. No, I listen. To each his own. I like the. I know it's so weird, but I there is a percentage of that joke about the deer getting in the house that is
Right.
true. I like to be able to go mobile. Okay.
So I have a friend who I don't think his feet have seen the light of day since he was like 5 years old. He's always at least has socks on. He wears shoes all the time. And
It's like the prisoner of Zenda. Right?
But that's how he feels comfortable. Some people feel more comfortable.
Don't look at me.
Hey, I want to go to this because we pulled up an article that says it's a surprise to many that this is an urban legend that that it's illegal to drive with your bare feet. It says it is, in fact, legal to drive a car, pickup truck, or similar vehicle without footwear in all 50 states.
Don't that beat all?
In the 1990s, a man named Jason Heimbaugh wrote to each of the 50 states' departments of motor vehicles to make sure of it. Now, with that, we're going to go to Jared on our phone lines because he's got something to say. Hey, Jared, good morning.
Morning, guys.
Hey, bud. All right, so I just made that statement. What do you have to say about that?
So I actually got a $74 fine when I was 18 years old for driving without shoes on, and I fought it. And when we went to court, the judge actually went with the cop because he said it's the same as driving naked.
So Jared, I'm going to back you up. Years ago, I distinctly remember a friend of my older brother's getting a ticket for driving barefoot. This was in New York. Now, I wonder if, though this what we're looking at here in the studio tends to indicate this is nationwide.
Well, they wouldn't know that you were barefoot unless they pulled you over for something else. It's probably like a secondary offense.
Yeah, they can't pull you over.
Well, yeah, the hooker was holding your shoes.
Yeah. Unless you had your foot hanging out the window, which
which you have to.
Well, no,
if you're
got
doing
pulled over for
directions.
doing a burnout.
Yeah.
See, so he just added on there that you had no shoes on.
But he should. I think technically you should not have gotten a ticket for the barefoot driving.
Well, so it says that you can bear both civil and criminal liability for damage caused by barefoot driving. So even though it's not,
but that would be the same for any accident you cause while
right.
driving.
So, but that's why he was charged with not wearing shoes.
I think that's vague. Can you talk on a cell phone with your foot while you're driving?
I don't know. Interesting, Jared. All right, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
I will go to Michelle, who has a comment on being barefooted. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, Michelle?
Hey, I stay barefoot 24/7. Winter, fall, spring, whatever.
Outside.
I keep my shoes in my car instead of my house because if I go somewhere, I need to have my shoes with whatever I'm wearing.
So Preston just brought up, like, what about during the winter? Have you mastered the art of walking on snow in your bare feet and all that stuff?
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
100%. I don't feel it. I don't feel it at all. Like,
wow.
I hold my feet seasoned like a fine cast iron skillet.
Wow, that's got to look good.
Yeah, where do you live?
I live in Jersey. My feet are extremely clean, though. They're not disgusting. They're not like.
Would you call them gnarly a little bit? Though, have they?
My boyfriend hates it. He's like, he goes, babe, when you rub your feet against me in bed in the middle of the night, it does not feel good. Stop. It's not.
Yeah. So I do believe that we can condition our feet to some extent.
Yes.
Because if you spend,
we can. I'm literally outside barefoot right now in the rain and everything.
If you spend extended amunts of time standing in snow, eventually you're going to get frostbite. Okay,
Right,
so it's going to
eventually, yeah. But my feet are so like seasoned; they don't even feel it until it's too late. I guess.
Well,
I don't know.
I believe
It
it.
hasn't been
Nick,
late yet.
which camp on in Everest do they require you to finally put your shoes on?
Base camp.
Base camp.
Base camp 1, yeah.
Michelle, are you a hippie?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Well, listen, you're living the lifestyle, and that's cool. The fact that you're out now in the rain.
I've gone to Ozfest, Y-Fest, MMRBQs, everything, barefoot the
All
whole
right,
time.
Michelle. What about injuries over the years to your feet? Share.
I've had maybe a broken toe or two, a stub toe, but I mean, once you get so accustomed to walking in bare feet, shoes are the ones that are going to hurt you.
All right, let me ask you this: what is the reaction to your lifestyle? How vociferous do people get in objecting to you doing this?
Oh, I get a lot of dirty looks, but I also just give them back. Like I don't get you don't have to look at my feet if you don't want to. I don't care.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah. So let me ask you: on a flight, you're barefoot, right?
Yes. And so as soon as I get on, it's game off. Shoes off.
So tell me that you don't put say if you're on a window seat, you don't put your feet up so that they stick out.
Oh no!
Okay.
That's just ignorant.
Michelle, hang on. I just picked up on something. You'll wear your shoes through security and through the airport. Hang on a second. I'm asking you a question. So you will wear your shoes through the airport until you get on the plane and then take them off?
I mean, I have to. They don't let me walk in there barefoot.
They won't let you walk in barefoot. Huh?
No.
Okay.
So
it's like a lot of stuff. I work in the restaurant industry as well. So I also know that, shoes are, you have to have shoes on at all times. But as soon as that light goes off and they shut the door, my shoes are off.
Okay. So you work in the food industry, so you wear shoes for your job?
No, the restaurant industry.
Restaurant industry. Yeah. So nothing to do with food.
Hey.
No, I thought you said foot industry.
Oh, no.
Hey, how many years? When did you start going barefoot like this?
Oh, since as long as I can remember, I never had shoes.
Okay.
I mean, my mom used to have to fight with me when I was a kid to wear shoes.
Wow, Michelle, I think you're part with the other woman who called. I think there's this subculture that we're unaware of that is living the shoeless lifestyle.
Yeah, were you familiar with this?
It's kind of I don't know. You guys talked a month or so ago about eating with your hands.
Yeah.
Yes.
And how it makes you appreciate your food more. It makes you appreciate the earth more.
All right. And question, were you familiar with this Barefoot Society?
I was not, but I was excited when I
clearly.
You're going to be president of the local chapter.
Hey, Michelle, it's interesting because you have to take your shoes off most of the time when you go through the airport. I wonder if you could show up at the airport without any shoes on, and it would actually expedite the security process.
It may, but you're not allowed to walk in without shoes on.
So they actually hand you shoes to put on so that you can take them off.
Yeah, right.
Up until they make you take them off. Yeah.
Here, put these on.
And now take them off.
Take them off.
Now spin around and
now
burp.
put them back on.
Now fart through your butt.
All right, thank you, Michelle. We appreciate it.
Have a good day.
By the way, leaving Orlando was great because they used a dog, and when they use a dog at security, you don't have to take your shoes off. I love seeing that, and it goes so much quicker.
It's good for me, too, because I always put a one milk bone in each of my shoes.
Just for such an occasion. All right. Anyhow, we have to wrap it up. I've been told we only got to one item in the survey.
Oh, wow.
That's all right. That means there's more to go around eventually, but thank you for chiming in with the Barefoot Chat in the Survey Says section of the Preston and Steve Show. Let's take a break, come back in a second, and we'll get to the bizarre file. Still some great stuff to share with you when we return.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
As you're busted back.
Oh, dear God! Make it stop! You see its little animated head with its mouth gaping open, and it's the last to go in.
Branchy was the last tree
Branchy.
He was all dried up. Hardly anything left on him. But then Bill, the kindly owner, slowly fed him into a wood chipper.
If someone has the animation capabilities to turn that last little segment into a animated short, I would greatly appreciate that. Because I don't know about you guys, but I had a vision in my head of what that looked like. Branchy.
Does it look like your year this year, Branchy?
Then it happened on, Christmas Day.
But I got you a surprise. A brand new Fuji wood chipper.
Well, what am I going to do with this?
Oh, my God.
Just go to sleep.
All right, so I have another. Would you guys? So I have a story of a mathematician, and while I was thinking about it, is that really considered science?
Yeah,
I mean, it's used in science, but it's its own subject.
Let's
as
take
well.
that angle. It's used in science.
The reason I bring this up is because Jacques Tits died.
Oh, my God.
The mathematician behind Tits Buildings, the Tits Alternative, the Tits Group, and the Tits Metric
Stop it. Yeah.
has passed away at 91.
Why'd you pick this story?
Well,
he's a
because he was an
mathematician.
important man.
Oh, all right. That's why.
Belgian-born mathematician Jacques Tits.
This is wild because he died in the same week Heinrich von Butthole died.
Oh, no. Oh, what a loss.
Who revolutionized calculus.
What a loss.
We lost Tits and Butthole in the same week.
I know.
Oh, my God.
What was his name?
Heinrich von Butthole.
Heinrich von Butthole. Well, Tits
Visionary, that guy.
Tits passed away on Sunday, leaving behind a legacy.
He's left an opening.
Why'd you pick this story?
Leaving behind a legacy of research in group theory and geometry. His tendency to name his contributions after himself suggests that he knew his tits' power. By the way, what is group theory? Because it sounds reminiscent of, no, that was governing dynamics, of the guy in Beautiful Mind.
Oh,
and I've forgotten his name.
Let's call him Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe, Miranda Otto, who is in the Lord of the Rings realm.
Preston, it's time to get up and to tell people of Philadelphia Miranda Otto's birthday is today.
Yes, I think it was in the third film. She plays a princess who disguises herself as
So she can fight.
Yes, as a soldier.
Is she not the daughter of the king as well?
I believe that is why she had to hide herself.
I have to see that movie again.
You do. They did really good.
How
with
did
you.
I come out?
You came out
Was
wonderful.
I good and heroic?
Of course you were.
Good.
You were eventually you were Gandalf the Grey, and then you became Gandalf the White, and
Then Gandalf the retired.
everybody's
And
happy.
finally Gandalf the mobility scooter.
She is 54 today. What?
Okay. I'm just looking at a picture of her. I know her.
Yeah, you know
I
her.
love her.
You know her, Casey?
Yeah, personally. She used to clean my house.
What the hell is happening?
He's riffing. He's going.
I'm not riffing.
She really used to clean your house?
Yeah.
Damn. That's pretty awesome.
That's pretty wild, man. You'd think she'd have some money from Lord of the Rings.
Well, no. I mean, she used to. Now
Right.
she's,
She's fallen on hard times.
meteoric rise.
Word has it that she gives handies for fivers.
It was tenor for me.
I wish
Very
this would
popular in the Shire.
Well, the conversion from pounds to dollars.
Okay. Miranda Otto is 54, and she gives handies for $5.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Kristen Ritter has a birthday today. It's a big one for her. She's 40 years old, so a milestone birthday for her.
When we laugh at stuff like that exchange has just occurred, is a good portion of that laugh the knowledge that we're in the Broadcasting Hall of Fame?
Oh, yeah.
That's the level that got us into the Hall of Fame.
It is. This gentleman is announcing his retirement.
Yes.
And we were all just jumping in going, oh, my God, I can't believe it. And it went on and on and on.
It felt like a tectonic shift.
It did. And but the news is being broken now, and we're going to ease into whatever emotions we may have with this gentleman hanging up.
It's like that joke where they say, when the guy says, your mother died. You can't just tell me the news like that. You got to tell me, your mother was on the roof. And,
Right, yeah. He's into
You have
this
to
a little
parse
bit.
it out a bit.
So he's easing into it, and we're sad to hear the news, but looking forward to seeing him for at least the next year.
Yes.
So let's get him on now. Ladies and gentlemen, over 40 years he's been at this. Please welcome Jim Gardner from the on the show. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, well, you know what? Listen, I'm gonna start with saying congratulations to you because retirement is something that I think should be celebrated. When somebody is ready to go ahead and put the career to rest, it's obviously people are not going to be happy about the fact that you're leaving, but still, it should be. I think it should be celebrated.
Well, yes, I absolutely agree, and yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to a different life experience, but I've got another year or another 14 months at Channel 6, and I look forward to every day. So it's a bit of a strange experience because there was, a lot of talk yesterday and a lot of emotions yesterday, but meanwhile, I've got another year and
right,
yeah.
On the 6 o'clock news. So, what is it that we're really talking about?
Is that by design to let us, your viewers, down in an easy way, or is this for yourself?
No, yes, it's a way, that I can sort of transition to, a different situation. To tell you the truth, back in 2009, Dave Roberts retired from Channel 6, and this is how he did it. And, I remember very clearly that he was working on the 6 o'clock news. He was taking the 11 o'clock news off. So when this whole thing came up a year or so ago with our general manager, Bernie Brzezinski, I reverted back to, I call it the Dave Roberts model, and I thought it worked very well for Dave. And I think it worked very well for Channel 6. And it was a sort of an easy or a graceful transition that I think benefited both the station and Dave.
It makes complete sense, and I think obviously the station is going to want to do things. The city, I'm sure, will want to do things in acknowledgement of this. I think this is a perfect way to do it. You were very sweet in your commentary last night, announcing it, and there is something that happens to people who have schedules as have we, that are off the 9 to 5 rail, and and you were saying. You have had certain things in your life, or have not had certain things in your life for 4+ decades that are quite common for a lot of people, and I thought that was a sweet way to frame it. And I was nodding to my wife because she puts up with an askew schedule, and that it was very very sweet the way you phrased everything.
You're very kind. Yeah, I mean, I look forward to that. I'm not complaining that I haven't had it for 47 years, but it is an opportunity for me to experience a more normal rhythm, of life, and to be able to linger over dinner with my wife, would be something I haven't really experienced in my lifetime. And
God.
it's something I look forward to.
Jim, can I ask how you approached your team members, your 11 o'clock team members, Cecily and Deuces and the like, and did you call everybody together, or did you do an individual meeting with each?
I didn't, although they've known about it for some time.
Okay.
We've had conversation about that, so it was no surprise to them.
Okay.
But I sent a memo to the staff yesterday, shortly before the station announced that there would be this pullback and a year from now a retirement. I wanted to be the one to just let the staff know that this was happening. Not that I felt that it was such a big deal that I was leaving, but there was going to be a substantial change, and I thought that it was appropriate for everybody to hear it from me. And so I wrote this memo, and shortly thereafter, the station made the announcement. And, today we've got news to cover.
That's the way you approach it, yes.
Jim, this is Nick. We've had an opportunity to chat a couple times about travel that you've had over the last few years when you've come down to Camp Out, and thank you for being a part of Camp Out over the last few years. I'm curious as to what's on top of your bucket list once you have retired of where you're going to go. What are you going to see that you haven't been able to get to yet?
That's interesting. My wife and I were just talking about going on a tour of Scandinavia. My son is taking his second semester of his junior year in he's in college, and he's taking his second semester in Copenhagen. So we're going to go to visit him at some point, but it's still going to be chilly there. So I think we're going to put off a tour, until it gets warmer and there is a more leisurely opportunity to really take in that part of the world. So that seems to be number one on our bucket list, and there'll be many more to follow, I believe.
Jim, I was curious if your timing of this, of you finally hanging it up, was so you wouldn't have to go through another election cycle again.
Well, it's funny you say that because this was supposed to end a number of years ago, actually, and there were two extensions. I asked Bernie if it would be all right if I could extend a couple of times, and not the last time, but the time before that was so that I could be here for the last election cycle. And I wanted to very much be present during the Trump phenomenon. I just thought it was an extraordinarily compelling political story, and I am something of a politics nerd. And, you can say what you want about your personal feelings or your political preferences, but from a journalistic standpoint, obviously the whole Trump era, and who knows if it's over or not, has been just extraordinarily compelling, and I wanted to take part in that.
Okay.
And then the second extension was, in the formative stages of the pandemic, and I just felt very strongly that I wanted to be here for that story. It was, and continues to be a unique story that really covers every facet of, our human endeavor. It's on one level, it's very personal. On another level, it's very societal. We go from a story of people's fears and anxieties, fears about their own health, and whether they're going to, escape the fate of hundreds of thousands of their countrymen. And on the other hand, it's, an extraordinary public health story. It's a story where people are hoping that this economic crisis doesn't affect them. People have lost their jobs. People have, suffered real economic dislocation. On the other hand, it is an extraordinary economic story on a national and worldwide level. So, there's so many different aspects to it that really touch all of our lives, and I just wanted to be here.
93.3 WMMR.
We shall now do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you this morning by J-Dog Junk Removal. And I'm sorry, hang on. I just glanced over and I saw a text message that I didn't see earlier. We were talking about bare feet. Casey, it says, oh my God, this is one of my biggest pet peeves. Keep your footwear donned at all times on an aircraft. It's not your house, you disgusting pig.
Love Kathy.
I really hope I can sit next to that person.
Me too. All right,
I texted in earlier.
Oh, that
had to be you.
Get away from me, you disgusting, disgusting beast.
All right, it's brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Got junk, want it gone, got floors, want them clean? Call J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning, veteran-owned and operated. Started right here in southeastern Pennsylvania. You can call them at 844-GET-JDOG or visit jdog.com. Well, there's video that shows the moment an Australian dad had to punch two monkeys after a pack of them lunged at his one-year-old son on a beach in Thailand. Travel influencers Riley Whittleham and Elena Caruso were visiting Monkey Beach on Ko Fi Fi Don Island.
Isn't that a Beach Boys song?
With their sons Lenny, who was 5, and little Darwin, who was 1. No, it's Ko Fi Fi, not Kokomo.
Kokomo.
Going surfing on Monkey Beach.
The latest video posted to their YouTube channel shows Riley and Darwin watching a group of the primates when one starts rummaging through their bag.
Wait, Darwin is watching the primates?
Yes. Well, I know. It's ironic, right? Riley can be seen running toward to shoo it away before it leapt at Darwin.
Shoo, monkey!
After scooping the terrified youngster up in his arms, the pair were swarmed by 5 monkeys, leaving Riley having to fend for himself when getting to the bag back, and the phones and wallets were inside as well. Elena, who was snorkeling in the ocean while the chaos erupted on the beach, rushed back to the shore. She heard all the screaming. Riley can be heard telling her of the attack. I punched out 2 monkeys.
Yeah, man.
They tried to attack Darwin. A friend who was also on the beach said it was hectic. It was actually scary. Could have scared Darwin for life. Riley said, I feel bad for punching a monkey.
You have to punch the monkey.
But they went for Darwin, and it was scary. None of the people on the beach
Preston,
helped.
I punched a monkey and I flogged a bishop.
Oh, my
I don't
God.
feel good about either.
Either one, no, I can imagine. He revealed that he had been bitten by one of them, explaining in the video, I've never had a rabies shot before.
You're going to need one now.
So I need 5 or more in my wound and then another 5 over the next 20 days.
We were in our boat in Montauk, and a swan attacked Jace when he was probably 2, and my dad slapped the swan.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
Like, you would not believe the thing swam away so fast, but we just looked and we were like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen,
that just happened.
Love nature, but I mean, if it's attacking you, you got to defend yourself.
Yeah, he was looking at Jace like he was threatened and came after
Was
him.
this swan wearing a monkey costume?
He wasn't.
So they said that had they known this beach, they didn't
Monkey Beach is right in the name.
They didn't do their research before sailing there, and they said that had they known of this beach that it was notorious for monkey attacks, they wouldn't have gone. San Jose Fire Department chief apologized and recommends discipline for some crew members after video surfaced showing a bikini-clad woman walking out of a fire truck and into a strip club. The chief outlined the details in a memo after months of pushing for answers since the viral video was posted online. In his final memo, to the city leaders about the incident, the chief, Robert Sapien, said that the conduct by the firefighters constituted violation of specific policies and procedures and rules and regulations.
Wait a second. Firefighters can't deliver strippers to their jobs?
Apparently not. Based on this determination and consistent with city and determined department procedures.
What do we pay taxes for?
The fire chief forwarded a recommendation for disciplinary action to the city manager.
Well, I mean, would they be facing the same consequences if they dropped like a clerk off at like CVS or something like that?
Who knows? It's a crazy world.
Yeah.
Because, when we used to work as Chippendales, they would drop us off.
Yeah.
So the video shows a woman climbing down from fire engine number 4 and walking into the Pink Poodle strip club.
Thank you.
In a bikini. The chief said the department will reinforce standards of conduct across the department to prevent this from happening again. Well, the Missouri Supreme Court will not disbar a defense attorney who sexually assaulted 6 clients, including episodes of unwanted kissing and touching captured on video, leading one judge to issue a scathing dissent denouncing the court's decision.
One more time and you're out of here, buddy.
In a 4-3 decision, the state's high court ruled Tuesday that Dan K. Purdy will be indefinitely suspended from practicing law, but allowed to apply for reinstatement after a year. A disciplinary hearing panel had recommended Purdy be disbarred, but Judge Zell Fisher wrote in his dissent, there may have been a time when a temporary suspension was an adequate punishment for sexually assaulting or harassing a client, vulnerable or otherwise, but in my view, that time is long gone. Judge George Draper, writing in the majority opinion, acknowledged Purdy had committed the assaults and severely faulted him for his conduct, but stopped short of fully kicking him out of the legal profession. In September 2020, Purdy made sexual advances toward 4 clients in a county jail interview room, including touching and kissing that were confirmed by video. Each woman was later interviewed by officers and told them that Purdy's advances were unwanted. There's more video of him grabbing a woman's butt in court. And later that year, Purdy was transporting a client in his vehicle, according to The Opinion. Video from the client's phone shows Purdy, while driving, reach across the seat and touch the client's breast under her blouse.
Can't do that.
The Opinion says the client said the sexual contact was unwanted.
Your breast shifted out of whack.
It's all out of whack.
Yeah.
But they're not going to disbar this guy.
Well, they're waiting to see, if there are signs that he's into this. No, it's insane. It's insanity.
And then one final story on a guy who was a one-time Family Feud contestant. His name is Timothy Bleefnick.
Yeah.
Was arrested this week in connection with the death of his estranged wife in Illinois. Rebecca Bleefnick was shot and killed in her home at some point before February 23rd when her body was discovered. Yeah. Bleefnick has denied that he's guilty of the murder, but the police believe differently. As well, Timothy's January 2020 Family Feud appearance doesn't do him any favors. There's a clip that shows Timothy responding to Steve Harvey's joke about the biggest mistake you made at your wedding. And he said, honey, I love you, but it's that I said I do.
Oh, my God.
Right there. Yeah.
And from there, he also said, I love my wife. I'm going to get in trouble for that, aren't I?
He did clean up in the category ways you kill your wife, though.
Naturally, Timothy's attorney, Casey Schnack, did some cleanup work that said it's a game show, a silly answer to a silly question, and a silly show doesn't make one a murderer.
So in the clip that you see him, he's all put together nicely. And if you see his mugshot, he looks like Charles Manson.
Yep. The Daily Beast tweeted their coverage of the story, including how police were searching a lagoon on Timothy's property for the body, I guess. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, another break. Going to take that. Come back in a moment. We'll get the lesson question, also the trash and music news, so we hope you'll hang out with us. Back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. What's going on in the world of rock?
William Holden is talking about his plans, and he goes, he's going to, I'm going to write a book. He goes, everybody writes a book. But I honestly would say I would love to read a book about your life. Yeah. If you, if that's in the works, you talk about being a political junkie. I am as well. And, I'd love to, get some insight over your many decades dealing with everything as it has progressed.
Well, you may have to wait a while.
That's okay. That's
good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just include a lot of pictures because I'm not very smart.
No, it's funny. I had a very, very nice email from Bob Iger, who's the former CEO of the Disney company. He's still, I think, chairman of the board, and he was very, very generous with some of the things he said. But I recall talking to him at a Disney dinner in New York, and it was shortly after wrote his book, which was very, very good and very informative, and I really enjoyed writing it. But I had the occasion to say, "Hey, I read your book." He said, "Here's some advice, Jim. Never write a book." He said it was easily one of the most difficult and arduous tasks of my life, and my advice to you would be, don't do it.
Okay.
So,
Well, we don't want to cause undue stress. If it's something that floats your boat later on, yes, so you would definitely. I would definitely purchase a copy. That's all I'm saying. I also want to say, and we were talking about this earlier, is that listen, the same way we have Pierre Robert here at the station, who is an icon in rock radio, and
his 40th year is this month.
And we were saying you are. There is, having lived in different markets, there is none smoother than you and more competent on the air. I mean, you're
the best I've ever seen.
The best we've ever seen.
Yeah,
so
and he's the standard that I hold everybody else up to. So
right.
Whenever I travel to another city and I'm in that hotel and I turn on the local newscast, I'm like, not Jim Gardner.
Ain't happening.
Nope.
Yeah. So does that create an extra onus and weight on you as you depart, or is it how do you? I assume you're not walking around with the "I'm number one" T-shirt on and all that stuff. So how do you process all this?
I have always thought that 85, 90% of my job takes place in the newsroom, not in the studio. And I've always felt very strongly about that. I think probably there are some people in this business who see it the other way around, where they identify most of their, their work and what they're being paid for is the actual newscast.
Yeah.
And that may well be. I've just never identified things that way. I work very closely with producers, and I'm very, very engaged. Some would say too engaged in the evolution of every newscast. And so what happens in the studio is almost like putting a period at the end of a task that to me takes place elsewhere. I have never thought that I was, and I'm not being falsely humble. I've never thought that I was particularly skilled as an on-air anchor person. I've never spent much time trying to cultivate, a presence, a personality. I just read the news.
Yeah.
And maybe that serves me well. I don't know, but I've often, or most often, thought that my work in the studio was left a lot to be desired, and certainly wasn't as developed as my work in the newsroom. So, if you guys think that I've done a good job in that part of my job, then I'm grateful. But I've never seen it that way.
Right.
Oh, I absolutely, and I think part of what it is, I absolutely think that, but I think it's your delivery and the comfort that you give to your viewers. Whatever, is happening in this world, and whatever your, information that you're imparting to us, it's you deliver it in a way that makes us feel comfortable and that it's going to be okay. I mean, at least that's what I experienced when I watched Jim.
I appreciate that. That's terrific, and I'm glad that you feel that way. It's never my intention to make a news story more comforting than it deserves to be. Unfortunately, or whatever, the reality is that we're talking in the news business mostly about difficult subjects.
Yes.
And
yes.
Oftentimes, unpleasant stories. And I don't know that it's an anchorman's job to reach out and hold the hand of an audience to make them feel better. But if there's a certain, what I think it is, and forgive me, I'm perhaps making conclusions here that I have no right to make. But I think if an anchor person has a sense of empathy, in addition to, being a reasonably smart man or woman and having good writing skills and being ultimately, curious. I think if an anchor person has empathy, that really comes through.
Yes.
And I think I do. I think I'm an empathic person. I think my friends and my family would say I'm an empathic person. So if that comes through, I'm really glad about that. And if it brings some people comfort, that's terrific.
Well, it's not even up for debate. It obviously has all of the things that you might not see, we see, and that's what's made it work for so long. And you talk about something, you're bringing up something. There was a book from an author, Cheryl Atkinson, who used to be a CBS reporter and investigative reporter, and she writes a lot about the news industry. And she's sort of echoing what you said, that the sort of inclination now to make the news giver the news and the star and personality is not what people really want. It might be here's a gimmick, but she recounted a story of, I forget what station she was at, and the lead anchor, his wife had twins, and the news director said, if I hear anything about this on the air, I will go out of my mind. We're not the story. The news is the story. And I think your reticence to as you said, not over to be a Pollyanna with the news, but also not to falsely terrify the viewers is what served you so well, and it's why you are so revered in this industry.
I really don't know what to say about that.
I know we're throwing a lot of compliments at you, Jim, but
yeah, when you use words like revered and stuff like that, it's, it makes me feel kind of awkward.
I got you.
Well, you're going to have to deal with it.
Don't worry, I'll make you feel even more.
You got
awkward,
a
Jim.
year of it.
Jim, this is Casey here, and so if I can just offer you a little bit of advice over the next year and month or so, if you could just, on a personal level, move closer to the world, my friend, and just take a little bit of time. If you move closer to the world, my friend, you'll see. Do you know what I'm saying?
Let me say one thing, by the way. This is very important. Casey.
Okay.
Yeah.
The man who hired me at Channel 6 said the smartest thing someone can do in this industry who is looking, to get a good start in their profession is to work for a good television station and to work for a successful television station. I have been blessed to have had the opportunity to work for, as far as I'm concerned, the best television station in America, to work with colleagues who are unfailingly devoted to their craft, who have been
Ms. Jets on 93.3 WMMR. Love rock and roll. Certainly do. 10:24. Thursday morning, Preston and Steve show. Letter of the day be along shortly. And we have our Word of the Week prize that we are going to give away tomorrow. And you'll need that letter in order to win. It's a very cool setup from our friends at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. I'll get you the details in a tad bit, but that's for later on. Right now, we have something else to give away. It's a lesson question prize, and we have 4-pack of tickets and pit party passes for the Monster Jam. It's going to be Saturday, April 15th at the Lincoln Financial Field. So the question that we will pose to you this morning is, all right, what cell phone service allows you to have someone yell racist messages at you? 215-263-WMMR. Was Casey had this old service. What cell phone service allows you to have someone yell racist messages at you? If you heard that earlier and you remember it, then call now at 215-263-WMMR because we would like for you to win a prize.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Sports and Social. Catch all the madness at Sports and Social on the 52-foot big screen at Live Casino Philly, featuring Bud Light packages, giveaways, games, and more for an unmatched basketball viewing experience. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Well, Marvin Gaye III filing for divorce just 2 months after he was arrested for allegedly waving a gun at his wife, Wendy Gaye. Marvin told TMZ that what he really needs is a woman who can stand still.
Oh, my God.
The relationship between Taylor Swift and boyfriend Joe Alwyn is reportedly going very, very well. In fact, the blissful condition has impacted Swift's songwriting, as evidenced by her latest single titled, He Forgets to Shut Off the Closet Light. And finally, Dick Van Dyke suffered minor injuries after he crashed his car on Wednesday. The 97-year-old Van Dyke says the accident occurred after his dragster's parachute failed to deploy.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this question. What cell phone service allows you to have someone yell racist messages at you? And our caller is Mike. So we are going to go to Mike right now. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Hi, Mike.
All right, Mike, tell us what cell phone service allows you to have someone yell racist messages at you?
Would that be Rent-A-Racist?
Rent-A-Racist, yes. You are correct. Hang on a second, bud. We are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets and pit party passes for Monster Jam, Saturday, April 15th, Lincoln Financial Field, and you can experience full throttle family fun at Monster Jam. where world-class athletes and their 12,000-pound monster trucks tear up the dirt in wide-open competitions of speed and skill. Tickets and information available at monsterjam.com. All right, let's get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Nope, sorry. One more time, Steve. I accidentally hit that button. All right, brought to you this morning by Sequoia Outback. Making backyards beautiful all over the Delaware Valley for over 25 years. You can stop in for their annual Spring into Sequoia sale, which is going on now, Route 309 in Hatfield, or decksupplies.com. So for the past year, Weezer celebrated each season with a new EP release. And with the coming of spring, they have now dropped the entire box set. According to their post on social media, the Four Seasons box set will not be the end of the celebration. They teased that there's more to come and wrote, P.S., working on getting the next batch of Seasons vinyl out to you soon. The Seasons project is a collection of 4 short studio records released on the first day of each seasonal solstice. I think that's cool that they did that. It's a lot of music going out into the world. But
they've done, Blink did that. Well, no, was it? No, Green Day did the different 4 different albums, right? Remember they had that whole.
Yeah.
I forget the different names, but it was. I like when they do stuff like that.
Wolfgang Van Halen's Mammoth WVH has released a video for Another Celebration at the End of the World, a teaser for the band's second album, Mammoth 2, which drops on August 4th. Rolling Stone reported the video picks up where the clips from the first album left off and features Van Halen firing his band, which is made up of him on all the other instruments, before substituting the touring lineup for the performance of the song. Van Halen said in a statement, I knew that I wanted a new album to contain elements of what people heard on the debut, but also giving me a chance to branch out a bit. Another Celebration at the End of the World is definitely a song that showcases what people can expect from the new album. It's a high-energy rocker with some fun guitar moments on it. I also pushed myself vocally, and it is a song I can't wait to get out and play live. And I can see it being a fixture in our live set moving forward.
Very nice.
Can't wait to hear it.
He's been very complimentary, or at least drawing attention to the Sammy Hagar years of Van Halen.
Very much
I wonder if that was sort of to indicate where this next album might be going.
That's a good question. Wayne Swinney, the founding member and guitarist of American rock band Saliva, has died at the age of 59.
This is wild because yesterday I saw something pop up that said he was in the hospital.
Yeah.
And it didn't seem incredibly serious, and then woke up to find out he was dead.
Yeah, the sad news came just hours after the band had revealed that Swinney was in intensive care following a brain hemorrhage that he had on Tuesday. A representative said in a statement, "It's with great sadness that we report the passing of Wayne Swinney, the guitarist of Saliva." He was one of the founding members of the band, which started back in 1996. The original lineup consisted of lead singer Josie Scott, drummer Todd Poole, bassist Dave Novotny, and other guitarists Chris Diabaldo and Swinney as well. So sad news, and it came out of absolutely nowhere. So sorry to hear that. Perry Farrell says that he's working on a new Jane's Addiction song, or that working on new Jane's Addiction songs has been one of the most exciting times of his life. During a recent interview, he said, I feel that this is a new bunch of songs. We didn't know how many we were going to put out, but I can tell you one thing. It's been one of the most exciting times of my life because these songs are that good. He said, so we're putting something out that I'm listening to, and I'm going, what I mean it's that good. When a musician knows, when he's hearing something that he says to himself or she says to herself, I can't wait for people to hear this, that's what I've been experiencing. So he's very proud and excited about it. And then one last story, because it was his birthday yesterday. I thought this would be worth mentioning. Legendary singer-songwriter John Sebastian is the latest artist to part ways with their publishing catalog. Sebastian has sold his song interest to AMR Songs, a full-service global independent music publishing, rights management, and catalog marketing company. And according to his announcement, he said AMR acquired interest in the entire catalog, including, or this is an announcement from the group.
Yes.
Including his publishing and artist royalties from perennial hits by the Lovin' Spoonful, including Daydream, Summer in the City, Do You Believe in Magic, Younger girl, you didn't have to be so nice, and did you ever have to make up your mind? Remember that one?
I love. Did you ever have to make up your mind? And let the other behind. What was the other songs you mentioned?
Daydream. What a day for a daydream. Custom made for a daydreaming boy. And do you believe in magic?
Right.
Do you believe in magic? And also, Welcome Back, Cotter, which he wrote himself, and that was a solo hit. Yeah, magic.
It's so uncomfortable.
There's another one you mentioned, though, that you just brought to mind.
Okay, Younger Girl, which I don't remember by the title, and You Didn't Have to Be So Nice.
You didn't have to be so nice. That's a great song.
I'd have to hear that one. I'm sure I know
it. Goes like this. You didn't have to be so nice. No, but I do love that song.
Love and Spooful is one of those bands you never think to put on.
Yeah.
You know, but when you start to go through the hits, you're like, yeah, that's a series of some great freaking songs, man. So I don't know how much he got for it.
They were saying $100 trillion.
How much they paid for it? Apparently it was $100 trillion.
Lots.
I mean, Welcome Back, Cotter.
Yeah.
You can't get that out of your head.
They admit in this article, though, that might have been a clerical error.
$100 trillion. All right.
Clerical error.
Wait a second. How much did you give Springsteen?
And that's what I have in music. I think Springsteen got like 300 million.
Yeah.
Or something
So
like that.
for him to get 100 trillion.
To get 100 trillion, that's... That's more. All right, and there you go. That's the last time in music news. All right, we will break and come back and wrap it up. Letter of the day, Word of the Week prize when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
Glad you asked. Insistent on, being fair, being right, who have really paid so much attention to the little things that become enormously important. They have made me much better, seem much better than I am over the years. I have been the luckiest guy in this industry. People, focus on the man or woman who is sitting at the anchor desk reading the news, and the fact is that our most important job is to represent the hundreds of people whose work and toil and devotion go into every newscast. I've had, even right now, my 6 o'clock producer, Jamie Shore, my 11 o'clock producer, Laura Mamarella, our executive producers, Matt Dennis, people like this who the public never gets to know. They're brilliant. They are, they're devoted. They are devoted not just to the task, but to the industry and to the constant effort to make Channel 6 not just a good news station, but a good member of this community, a good citizen. And we're very proud of that. And I am not just proud of my work, and I am, but I am proud to have been a member of an effort on the part of hundreds of people over the course of the decades. And I've heard from a lot of these my former colleagues over the last 24 hours. It has been great to touch base with people whom I haven't talked to or had communications with for a number of years, and it just brings to my mind that if a television station is successful, it's because it has had great leadership over the course of time, and it has had people of great character and people of great motivation, in addition to the fact that they're really good at their jobs. And, I've been the beneficiary of all of that. And
I'm sure they would say the same of
the
you.
luckiest guy.
Yeah.
I'm the luckiest guy in this business. I really am. I feel that way. And It's absolutely true.
Well,
we can relate. I mean, I'm sorry to jump
No,
in.
no,
Steve,
absolutely. Go ahead.
But as you were describing that about 6ABC, WPVI, it's how we feel about WMMR. It's
Yes.
the same thing. You know, it's a wonderful environment and a blessing to be able to say that.
You guys would understand
Yeah.
better than anyone else I could be talking to. Absolutely.
You know what, Jim? I'll say this, and I look forward to that in your time after the news desk, where I can finally see you at a Sixers game being ejected for overly razzing the opposing team.
In my younger life, that happened all the time.
Oh, really?
So, Jim, for Camp Out for Hunger 2022, you'll be on the edge of retirement at that point.
yeah.
You can really do whatever you want. We got the can drop. We'll bring back the chili cannon. We can do a stunt. Whatever you want.
His nights will be open.
You'll
Yes.
be
Yeah.
free. So if you a year from now, just put that on your calendar.
Hey, you started in radio a bit, so we're welcoming you back.
Hey, I was the guy who, set fire to my colleague's newscast, while he was reading it on the radio. I'm sure all of you guys have had that experience. And that was the 24-year-old Jim Gardner.
We love that.
Jim, I know that you are a huge Sixers fan. Have you had the opportunity to ring the bell before a game yet?
They asked me to do it last year, and it was much fun. And apparently, this whole situation over the last day or so has prompted them to think that maybe it would be a good idea to do it again.
Hell, I'd put you on the team.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
It was so much fun, and if it happens again this year, that'll be great.
Excellent.
Probably going to be a done deal on that one.
Well, Jim, we hated to hear the news, but we are happy for you, and we're happy the way that you're choosing to do this. So we get a year to spend and mull this over. So I'm sure we'll have another conversation with you down the road a bit as we get closer and reminiscing a little bit more. But we just wanted to say thank you and also say congratulations to you, and we just appreciate you so much. So thanks for coming on this morning.
You guys are great. Thanks for having me, and we'll see you for Camp Out, right?
You got it. Absolutely. Excellent. All right, thank you. Jim Gardner, everyone. There you go. Something else, man. Impossible Foods is now bringing more to the table. This time it's plant-based chicken nuggets.
I've had them.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you have? Because so have I, and they were the most disgusting things I've ever eaten in my life.
Well, then I've had different. So Hip City Veg has the best chicken nuggets I've ever tasted, and there's no chicken.
Okay, so this was sort of like, it looked like it was dark meat, but it wasn't meat. It was plant-based, and it had like a breading around it. It looked really good, and I was like, oh, I'll try this.
Right. Not
I was
good.
like, what is this? What is this texture? What am I eating?
So they use
plant or
seitan.
not?
I guess it is seitan, right? The often used for chicken substitute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and the Satan actually cooks them.
Wait till you try this.
But they're Casey. They're excellent. We actually put them out at a party.
Yeah.
And people had no idea.
So we have a vegetarian living in my house. My oldest is now a vegetarian, more pescatarian, but we have a lot of Impossible meat in our house now.
Right.
And we do the Impossible ground beef a lot, and it's damn good.
I love it.
Yeah, my wife will make
and Preston's right in the it's not exactly, but the taste I like.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
good.
the Impossible taste.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily taste exactly like beef or pork or whatever it is they're trying to simulate, but whatever it tastes like tastes good to me.
Yeah, when you're making things like nachos, like my wife will make nachos for, the household, and she'll crumple up the Impossible burger meat or whatever on there. You can't tell the difference.
Dude.
Not when it's got the cheese and the salsa and everything else with it.
I'm telling you, that Impossible cheesesteak from Wilson's,
Unbelievable.
was fantastic.
Unbelievable.
I couldn't stop eating it. It was excellent.
Get me the biggest cheesesteak fan in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Sit them down and give them one of those.
And don't say, all right, tell me if this tastes like meat.
Right.
Just say, eat this, and does it taste good?
Yeah.
That's the difference. So somebody who is, a hardcore meat eater might say, this ain't no meat or whatever. No, just set that aside. Does it taste good or not? Okay. And because that cheesesteak at Wilson's Secret Sauce is fantastic.
And what was the ingredient?
Loved it.
Was it seitan?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't
think
know.
he uses Beyond or Impossible.
I'm not sure exactly what he uses.
I
You'd
think
have
it's
to ask him.
impossible.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at what I had, and this restaurant changed, right? It was one healthier restaurant to the next, and they had chicken on it, and so they were called chicken. They were called chicken strips. Well, now they're just called strips, and so I ordered that thinking I was getting the chicken, and then realized, but it says plant-based, so it's a plant-based strip. It doesn't say exactly what's in it, but I'm assuming it's similar to what you're
I
talking
want
about.
plant-based strips, Mommy.
So Impossible Foods is describing this as having a golden, crispy breadcrumb. Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm interested in your chicken strips.
Stop it.
What's that special ingredient again?
It's a little
breadcrumb.
Do you guys buy that? Because I just made some.
It's great.
Here's audio of the chef, Preston.
You're gonna be my regular size thing, baby.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
I think I like your reaction more than the actual flub itself. You're like, I just can't believe you just said that.
All right, having golden, crispy breadcrumb coating.
You're working in the kitchen today. Where's something low cut?
And a juicy and springy white meat texture. How was your weekend, Jackie Bam Bam?
Oh, good. How was yours, Press?
Very relaxing.
Right.
How about you? Did you relax?
I heard you tried on some jeans. I was getting worried about my leather pants and my roostered hair for the MMRBQ, more importantly.
Do you ever wear shorts?
Nah, but I do shave my legs if you need to know.
Okay.
But wait,
No doubt. No doubt.
Why? Why do you shave your legs if you're not wearing shorts?
No offense to Steve, but I think the hair should be on the head, nowhere else.
Okay.
You know.
So you shave everywhere?
Everywhere, yeah.
Really? Armpits?
I've been trying to do a contest or a little promo with Casey Boy, but it's just not happening. Sales department. I want to shave Casey Boy.
I don't want to do that.
Why?
Because I don't want to
You
do
should
that.
come get laser hair with me.
Oh, you get your beef
Remove it
laser.
permanently?
Yeah.
I follow you on social media. I'm like, where does she get this done at? I could do that.
Oh, come with me.
I will.
All right.
Do you shave your armpits?
Cut that out, what she just said, Casey.
Do you shave your armpits?
I do, yeah.
Police on 93.3 WMMR bring the show to a close today. Message in a bottle. It is 10:44 as we're wrapping the program up on a Thursday morning. Love this part of the day. It officially metamorphosizes into No Sad Bro.
That's true. I think we're already there right now, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling a lack of sadness.
It yes, the sadness is slipping away as we speak. A weird week for us because we started the week in a completely different part of the country.
Yes.
And normally it's something that you end the week with, and we started the week with it, and it was just kind of, I've been off all week. I mean, I've had a good time. But,
Yes.
But I've felt weird.
Well, we came back and we didn't take a day off. We went right, traveling back from doing the show in Orlando on Monday and did the show on Tuesday morning. So it's been truncated and kind of flipped around, but it's all good.
Yeah.
And to be able to give these
trips.
unbelievable trips away is insane.
Yeah, we gave away another one today. We have one more to go tomorrow morning, so that's exciting. That's a big part of why we did the whole trip down there, so we could have these trips to give away. First and foremost, a little bit on the selfish side, we wanted to go to Universal Studios.
Yes.
So we did that, but the agreement was we'd have all these trips to give away and have a reason to turn it around to you, which is what we always try to do here on the program, and we've done it, and we have one more to go. It's awesome.
You try to keep in mind for next year, around this time, if you're, first off, to go down to spring training was pretty amazing. So many people down there from here. Yeah. But, if you can tie things together and be down there, we encountered so many people at both places who are down from Philly. It's just amazing.
Yeah. A lot. All right, so we should get the letter of the day. Casey's going to get that for us. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
N, as in No Sad Bro.
Excellent. We'll give away a $500 Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon gift card. You can check out their heavenly soft pack float treatment or luxurious Turkish bath experience, or maybe escape with any of their massages. You can visit them at 3 area locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City. Or you can purchase online at josephanthony.com. So we give that away tomorrow morning. Thank you to our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. Preston Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Sequoia Outback, making backyards beautiful all over the Delaware Valley for over 25 years. Decksupplies.com. Tomorrow on the program, like we said, no sad bro. Our buddy Chris Terrian of the Flyers is going to be checking in with us. There's a couple of things coming up that are very interesting, and it might put you might end up in a suite. We'll get your details on that tomorrow. Comedian, how do you say the name? I'm sorry.
Alignon Mitra.
Alignon Mitra.
Sure.
All right. Will be joining us tomorrow, and we have the final trip to Universal Orlando Resorts to give away. And actually, we're backed up on prizes. Tomorrow we got
blowout?
We got to do a blowout.
Nice.
That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day, and we shall see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.